Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This is S4A Livestream number 97 being recorded on Thursday, April 27, 2023. With me in the chat on Twitch are about 3 dozen people. That's twitch.tv/socialism S4A. Come give a follow if you have a Twitch account. Although the main channel is on YouTube, youtube.com/socialism for all. We also have the Twitch. I kind of started it as a backup, and then that didn't really pan out because I didn't want to be an affiliate after all, which is how that's the only way that they let you upload stuff to Twitch is by being an affiliate. And I don't know, there's more hoops than I wanted to jump through. But this is where we live stream now. Then after the fact, the live streams are posted over onto YouTube and then also onto SoundCloud and Spotify. So if you're on SoundCloud or Spotify, make sure to go follow Socialism for All over there. And often, not always, but often, we put a link to the same video over on those sites in a pinned comment. You can always just click on the Spotify and SoundCloud links in the video description. They're in every video description. All right, anyway, so we did a stream yesterday. That was number 96. We covered some basically wealth continuity and inheritance over centuries. Basically, the same rich families that were rich in Italy in the 1400s are the same ones that are in the 1% today. The only thing that really stops this is socialist revolution. And then we also looked at other countries, including England, where these trends go back 800 years. And again, that's going to continue. This is what capitalism does. There's not really major class mobility at all. All you can really do is have a proletarian revolution and make strides towards ending class society. How do you end class society? Well, effectively, if everyone is in the same class, in other words, everyone has the same relationship to the means of production, then effectively you have ended class society because there are no more class contradictions or differences. So right now, the class composition of, say, the United States, you have the big bourgeoisie, the 1%, maybe the petty bourgeoisie, about the 10%, and then 90% of the population is dispossessed, propertyless wage workers, the proletariat. And you don't have to have an active job, let alone in any particular industry, to be considered proletariat. The propertyless part, not being a capitalist, that is the primary thing. A lot of people get in there, what is real work? Do you have to look like the guy on the Brunny paper towels logo? No. Being a proletarian means you're propertyless, you have to work or beg or whatever for a living. So that's what that's about. And a proletarian revolution is a revolution from that bottom of society, people who have nothing to lose but their chains and a world to win. So that's what we're about here. Abolishing bourgeois or capitalist property systems and initiating the beginning of the end of class society, in which people will be able to produce using modern industry to meet human need, not for capitalist profit that workers are not going to see most of, just buying rich people more mansions and yachts and islands and whatever else, governments. Yeah, we want to end that whole system. And unfortunately, you can't merely reform it away. Reforms can be useful in the short term on the road to revolution, but no matter how weak or reformed the capitalist government gets, it still needs a push in the end that is fundamental in Marxism. So if you're brand new to the channel, I am a U.S. American studying Marxism, specifically anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. Revisionism is a concept in Marxism where people try to go into Marx, keep some ideas, and then revise other major theses. For example, it's revisionist to say that you don't need revolution, that you can have peaceful, gradual transition from capitalism to socialism. That is fundamentally un-Marxist and violates the core analysis of Marxism and so on. So anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. As you get in, it's a funny thing. I saw somebody was posting on social media recently. They were somewhat new in the Marxist space, and they're like, revisionist, revisionist. I'm so sick of people calling other people revisionist. It's just, everybody's calling everybody else a revisionist. And I remember having that feeling in the beginning myself. I remember I remarked that revisionism, it's almost seemed to me at the time like the Marxist version of calling somebody un-American or something. Like, it just seemed like this baseless accusation thrown around. The reality is, though, as I've gotten further into actually studying Marxist theory and history, you see that there are, I mean, really from the beginning of Marxism, people trying to wrest the name of Marxism away from what Marxism actually was in key ways, which leads the proletariat astray and would really harm chances of revolution. And even socialist projects have gone revisionist. And so it does seem like everybody's, calling everybody revisionist. The thing is that revisionism is a real thing. It is powerful. I mean, it serves reaction ultimately, because it takes people away from what is actually effective in launching a proletarian effective revolution and then building socialism consistently towards communism. So I just thought that was interesting. It's kind of like in the USA, people who complain that fascism is overused as a word. Well, I agree it's used heavily. The problem is it's not overused. It's just that fascist. So I think it's kind of the same thing with revisionism. Maybe used a lot, but still arguably not overused. And I've been really shocked by the depth of revisionism that is out there, and I wasn't aware of it until I started studying more. But it is a real thing, and we have to combat revisionism and opportunism and all the other errors that you can get into in Marxism. If all this is overwhelming you and you're brand new to this, stick around. Give it time. You can learn all of this, and you too can become a studied Marxist and communist, learning the tools of Marxism and dialectical materialism for analyzing class struggle and organizing to win. All right. So in this stream, I have a number of things pulled. I'm not sure how much exactly we're going to get to, but we have some things from yesterday, for example, that we didn't quite get all the way through. There's an article about generational wealth and the 1% in the U.S. We have something sent in from a viewer about their experiences in a company union. In other words, not a very radical union, but one that is closely aligned with the employer's interests. And beyond that, we were talking about Anarcho-Primitivism in the last, not the last stream, but number 95. That kind of just came up almost out of the blue. And I had somebody send in an article by an anarchist writing about feral individualism. I thought that this was kind of a good example of the bankruptcy of this type of anarchist thought. I mean, there are strains of anarchism in the social anarchism category closer to maybe anarcho-syndicalism or especially industrial unionism. They get closer to something that Marxists could actually have a reasonable conversation with. As you get more into the radical individualist black flag anarchism, it gets pretty crazy. I mean, ultimately it's just sort of like liberalism for the amount of individualism that it is, although they think that they're not liberal somehow. But we'll be the judge of that. Beyond that, artificial intelligence. This is a topic that has been at the back of my mind for some time, and I want to delve into in more depth. So I have a number of things that could maybe be the opening salvo on an exploration of artificial intelligence, both its implications and possible uses for the class struggle, but also artificial intelligence as a possible existential threat to the human species. So we're going to look at some things related to that. That's a priority for this stream. What else? Couple of other just little odds and ends about COVID and a couple other things. But that's kind of what's on the slate for today. All right, I think that that's pretty doable. Now, I do want to get into the articles pretty quickly, but we did have some stuff going on in the chat that I was chatting with before we hit the record button, and I just want to kind of catch up with that. So let's do a little chat to start off. People talking about EMPs. Interesting. People talking about traffic and walkability of their cities. That's become kind of a big topic if you look at any kind of like travel magazines or like lifestyle magazines. They'll often have lists, and this has been a thing for a couple decades now, of like America's most livable cities and things like that. And then they're getting rapidly gentrified because the kind of people who read magazines like that have the money to go move there. And then, some of them truly have a desire to live differently in those places. And some of them just wind up bringing the old way of life with them, and then they wind up changing the place. So long term, it becomes less livable than before those articles were written. Yeah, somebody talking about anarcho-primitivism. It sounds like the ultimate reactionary viewpoint. Yeah, I mean, reactionaries are trying to turn back the wheel of history. Marx and Engels talked about this in the Communist Manifesto, like petty-bourgeois, quote, socialists, trying to turn back to an early stage of capitalism where the petty bourgeoisie hadn't been ruined yet and capitalism was still ascendant. This is the ultimate in reaction. You want to just turn back the wheel of history to before the class society and class struggle even started. But that means, because as Marxists, we understand that material interests and property relations drive, and ultimately technology, drives the class struggle. You can't just take it away without eventually, going back through all those stages. So we could return to Stone Age technology. Nobody really wants to do that. So there's literally no chance of the masses of people ever agreeing to such a thing. Everyone knows technology makes our lives easier. The question is how to use it in a way that doesn't destroy the environment and really harm or change. The purpose of technology is to change the environment. It's to make the things that make human survival and comfort easier to do and faster to do and all that stuff. But the problem is, in the process of applying technology to the environment that we and the many other species of life that we share the Earth with, we evolved in this environment biologically over a very long time span. And if you change that environment more rapidly than we can biologically evolve with it, then the result is just toxicity. If you're confronted with chemicals and other environmental conditions that are outside of your biological ability to cope from generation to generation. Evolution is successively, from generation to generation, producing offspring that are, on the whole, more fit for the environment. And that's an ongoing process. We're all transitional forms. What is a species today may not exist 10,000 years from now. It may have changed to a point because the environment changed that it's in a different form where it's basically unrecognizable. Or I mean, you could draw the parallels, but it's significantly different than what it was. But if the environment changes faster than evolution can proceed, then the species dies out because it cannot become fit for the new environment. That's kind of the problem with the technology that we have now. It's going so fast, and it's being driven with concern for profit almost exclusively, with all of the harms being externalized, on paper at least, onto, quote, other systems outside of the corporation or business that is wielding the technology and making those changes. So on paper, for their accounting, it looks great. The shareholders are happy, the stockholders are happy, but the river's polluted. But the river isn't on the stock report, so it doesn't matter. That has been externalized onto somebody else. The corporation's damage becomes somebody else's loss. And we can stop this, and we can live with high technology, but not on a capitalist basis. You have to bring everything into the same fold and proceed with a rational planned economy That's the way that we can actually do this. Socialism is not inevitable in the sense that it will definitely happen. But socialism is inevitable in that if the human species wants a future, it can only be done on a socialist, not a capitalist basis. And I think, we've talked about COVID. They're letting a disease that can destroy your immune system and cause brain damage and diabetes and heart attacks and all this other stuff run rampant. We were talking yesterday about COVID is a biosafety level 3. There are 4 levels of biosafety classifications. It's the second highest one. SARS-2, the virus that causes COVID, if you're handling it in a lab, requires containment. It requires sterilizing all the materials that it touched. It requires pretty strict controls. That's if you're handling it in a biology lab or disease research lab. If you're handling it in a kindergarten classroom, or you're handling it in a restaurant, or you're handling it in any other environment, you don't even need to wash your hands. That's the situation that we're in because all of the public health agencies are completely captured by, the people who own the state, the capitalists that rule society and then have set up a government to enforce their class dictatorship over the rest of society. Capitalists rule society and they use the government as their collective class instrument for enforcing that rule. And they know, and they will tell you, that SARS-2 is a BSL-3 pathogen. If you're handling it in a lab, you need all these strict controls, but they're letting it spread through elementary schools unchecked. That's what happens when you run society on a for-profit basis and you're slave to the quarterly profit reports. So anyway, let's proceed. So anarcho-primitivism, trying to just go back to the Stone Age, no. There's one way forward, and it's from capitalism into socialism, because capitalism is creating a large class, the proletariat, of dispossessed people who have to sell their labor or whatever, or beg to survive. And that's what capitalism creates. So it's natural then that if capital is creating a large class of people who have no private property, have no interest in seeing private property as a system continue, in the sense of not personal private property, like this is my pair of scissors or this is my shoelace or whatever, but productive property. Capitalist property, bourgeois property, it's property that is productive, like workplaces and infrastructure and things like that, that cannot be operated by one person, but that is treated as private property anyway. That's a particular form of property. If you're confused about that, again, just go back and read the Communist Manifesto. It's described in there, where Marx and Engels emphasize that if you were to boil communism down to one idea, it is the abolition of bourgeois property. Private property as we know it today, this particular form of private property. It's also in the Principles of Communism. If you don't like the format of the manifesto, you can Principles of Communism. We have both on the channel as an audiobook at Socialism for All. So you can't go back to the Stone Age unless there's some sort of apocalypse, which of course we would like to avoid for many reasons. But we can go forward into a high-tech future, but we can't do it with capitalism. So, all these things, it's staring us in the face, yet people want to just, can't we just avoid the revolution this way? Or can't we just avoid organizing for revolution this way? No, you can't. And every day that we waste not doing that is another roll of the dice, a worsening of our odds of really dire things being ushered in by capitalism. The longer that we leave high-tech industry in the hands of capitalists, we've got COVID running rampant, climate change, climate disaster, and let's add AI to that discussion. And we will do that today. But the solution is not to just go back to Stone Age technology. That would involve the vast majority of people dying as well. That's not aspirational, But yeah, as far as romanticizing that, I don't think these people have thought, onto step two even really of anarcho-primitivism. You know what? Since we're talking about this so much, I'm just going to get into that article right now. Why don't we just do that? So this is by Julian Langer. Let me bring it up. So ridiculous. Somebody sent in this link. Julian Langer, Becoming Animal, My Feral Individualism. Imagine holding this as aspirational. So this is the anti-civ or anti-civilization, immediatist, individualist, and post-left type of viewpoint, hosted by the Anarchist Library, an archive of filth. All right. My feral individualism. Great. When first considering what it is to be an anarchist, or if not to be an anarchist, then to be somebody embracing anarchy, all right, which some people might call being an anarchist, yeah, I think definitionally, my awareness is immediately drawn to my body and the space that my body occupies. This usually begins by thinking about my feet. I find these attached to my legs. My legs are attached to my groin. The hip bone is connected to the knee bone. You know the song. After this, I find my torso with these arms and hands attached. I cannot visually find my head until I use a mirror. And even then, I'm seeing a reflected image, although, of course, I can feel my head with my hands. I have essentially immediatist experience of being this body. My power is located in the flesh that I am, the flesh that is located here. I can use these hands to form a fist and punch anyone I wish to. My mouth can sing songs of wild beauty or voice poetry as perception attack. These feet can stamp on badger traps. The only beautiful cages are destroyed cages. Sartre said, quote, man is condemned to be free because once thrown into the world, he is responsible for everything he does. This body that I am condemned to be, we were talking about this in the second to last stream, 95. Consciousness you are thinking flesh. So, you cannot be anything other than your body. In fact, the experience of you that you have is, in fact, a complex illusion generated by your body. But continuing, where were we? The flesh that is my immediate power, I feel as my freedom. My sensation of freedom starts somewhere within my lungs and muscles, along my skin and throughout my brain and nervous system, though I cannot trace exactly where it starts or ends. I have a great sense of freedom when walking across the fields and scattered patches of woodland, across the hills on Britain where I live. With this, I have felt tremendous sorrow for how violated the world I am immersed within and am an extension of is by Leviathan. This is their term for society, I guess class society you could say, but they don't use that term. As I have stared out across valleys and out into the distance, one of the most intense feelings of freedom I have ever experienced has been to remove all my clothing when accompanied only by trees, squirrels, and birds, and to dance with them, as fellow beings who are primordially free, but violated by Leviathan. Kafka said, you are free and that is why you are lost. I agree somewhat, but I'm only lost because civilization displaces me as it violates the world I am. So let's just pause here before we go on to the next screen of this. And there are 7 screens, and I don't think we'll get through all of them. You can do all of this under capitalism. We were just talking about meditation in the last stream, which I support fully. For me, doing something like a Tai Chi helped me to get that sense of, reclaim some sense of power in my own body. That, yes, your own sense of self can be violated psychologically, physically, and otherwise. And a moving meditation practice for me helped to pull myself back to myself and start to regain a sense of integrity, rebuilding those violated boundaries, and start to reconstitute some of my self, I guess, that I had before the alienation that I experienced under capitalism. It can help you to get perspective on how alienated you are and how disempowered you are and how living in your head false consciousness you can be. And it can kind of bring you back to yourself in a way that's actually empowering. But this is merely step one. As you come back to yourself and see your position in society, the thing then is not to just remain naked in the woods. It's to say, how can I advance my interests in the system to change the system to something that would actually serve me? And of course, what you realize is capitalism needs to be ended. That was at least where this process led me, not that I need to go be naked 24/7 in the forest. And somehow this person came up with a different perspective. But I guess as we proceed, I'd like to remind people, this is why anti-civilization, anarcho-primitivist, anarchist things generally are not a threat to capital. Because being a feral individual, you are not an organized threat to this system at all. Not whatsoever. Organized proletarians, on the other hand, who are going to be having their revolution stamped and socialized with the distorted values of capitalism, and it will take some time, maybe several generations, to get rid of those. But yeah, this is found throughout Marxism-Leninism, the idea that the beginnings of socialist society on the other side of the proletarian revolution are stamped with the formative years of capitalism that they came from. And as we go out and form the new revolutionary society, we do so with a desire for revolution, to tear down what was and make something new. And we don't know exactly what that is. We have some of the principles in terms of class struggle, of how to shape it, what forms it will actually take. We don't know all of the specifics of. But people like this offer you really nothing in the way of a future you can actually aspire to without becoming less than you already are. And you can already do this under capitalism. There are many places you can go on a nature retreat, and that in and of itself does not confront or challenge the system. All right? People might come back from an occasional experience like that feeling just barely refreshed enough to get another work week in. But until the system is confronted, which I think requires a much deeper dig down into the depths of trying to get a grasp of your dignity that the capitalist society has taken away from you, and digging into that strength and finding power in your deep humanity, that can be used as a weapon against class society. But for what? So we can just tear it down and go live like a badger? I don't think that most people would find that aspirational, desirable. Let's continue. This body that I am condemned to, no, you're not condemned to your body. You are your body. It's like it's an illusion that throws people off. You are thinking flesh. Your consciousness is a subjective mediation of, like your psychology arises directly from your biology. And it seems like something separate, but this is idealism. It's not. From a materialist perspective, your body is thinking flesh, and consciousness is, in that way, secondary to reality. It's important, and there is a dynamic interplay. There is a dialectical relationship between, you might say, the consciousness where ideology lives and material world, which is primary. This universe existed for billions of years before we came along. We can't be so egocentric to think that things started with us. Material reality is primary, and consciousness follows it. So anyway, this idea of the body that you're condemned to, no. You're a body experiencing itself and the world, is caught, though, in a perpetual paradox which seems equally inescapable. In one desperate sense, I'm alone in my unique body, singular and fundamentally me. In another sense, I am immersed within and an extension of a multiplicity, which is the world I experience, first as the immediate body I sensually am, and second through language in the world of reified forms. The image of this paradox is simple. I stood naked under tree cover, unique, singular, an individual. Again, there's a reason why there's a major strain of anarchism called egoism. If this sounds almost narcissistic to you, you're not alone in thinking that. I take a breath, and the world enters into my body. I look at the sunlight as it shimmers through the leaves above me, and the world enters my being through my visual field. The smell of the stream passes my nostrils, and as I breathe out, I become the world. Caught in this schismatic abyss, I find myself compelled towards a practice of individualism. So now we're getting into the class content of here, the class ideology contained in this. Why individualism rather than collectivism? My body is often found within the machinery of Leviathan, which is that collective known as society. We live in a society, man. The ultra-left collectivists and supporters of communization would whisper in my ear that I'm duty-bound to the means of production of Leviathan and would seek to draw me into their economic politics. Yeah, because how did you eat this morning? Did you plant, tend, reap, and process all of your own food? No. You engaged in relationships with other people to even survive long enough to be writing this inane drivel. You live in a society. Fucking deal with it. This whole feral individual, like, I'm just this individual accountable to no one. No, if we all acted like that, we'd be absolutely intolerable. Yes, you live in a society. There are compromises associated with that. The more of a large group that you're interacting with, the more compromises you have to make. You can't just do whatever you want at any given moment, obviously. But this is anarchists. You have to explain this to them. And yeah, you have to put checks on your behavior. The catch is that everyone else is doing that too, so that we're not all just acting like one-year-olds, just screaming at everything that displeases us, and so on. These are things we learn as we develop, and we gain the capacity for self-regulation and self-control. It's completely normal, because humans are a social species. It's against our basic nature to be this individualist and just, I don't need anyone else. Yeah, you live in a society, and that kind of cooperation requires compromise. But here's the thing, because we're all doing that, because we're all compromising, and on some level, all of us resent it to a certain extent, we also allow each other privacy to varying extents in varying societies. It varies from society to society, the norms around privacy. But the more that we do have to compromise, that's together time. When you have alone time, you can do your own thing behind, quote, closed doors, or you can go out in the woods where nobody is and just kind of do your own thing. And you want to just sing a loud song when no one can hear you. Fine, it's not going to bother anybody. And we do grant each other that freedom. But as for the rest of it, living in a high-tech society, it requires a great degree of coordinated cooperation. Right now, that cooperation is being managed and coordinated by capitalists, who are parasites on the process, who, yes, they do coordinate a production, but they also skim everything off the top and make us engage in a lot of production we don't need to do just for their benefit. That's the difference. We can coordinate this ourselves democratically. That's the idea of industrial democracy. But you gotta work with other people. Anyway, continuing. But I'd say that projects such as Tikkun and others, which seek to synthesize communization theory with anarchist practice, are little more than bad faith preachers, as they locate freedom exclusively within the domain of society and deny the immediate power and freedom of their flesh. Is this person a Satanist also? Because it sounds a little bit like that. To me, society is little more than a cage seeking to cage itself within itself. I'm 14 and this is deep. Building walls to keep the world out, chaining itself to these walls, masking its face to hide its ugliness, while seeking to totalize its presence. The form this cage takes is technology, clothing, plows, skyscrapers, roads, television, computer screens, and so on. all machinic totalitarian repression as an attempt to deny the freedom of the world. So here's a fundamental misunderstanding. Many of these things are put forward in furtherance of the dictatorship of capital specifically. And many people who are not part of the capitalist class also resent all of these intrusions and all of the coercion that we experience, whether it's physical, whether it's psychological, the advertising that's constantly trying to reorder your values for someone else's profit, and you have different pirates competing to get the most money out of you. I mean, in skyscrapers, these are capital sinks. Those are projects of the capitalist class to just literally plop down some money into a physical form, basically. So, whereas this person's trying to put it exclusively in terms of just some absolute freedom. You cannot understand freedom without asking freedom for which class. You have to put it within the context of class society. And this society actually offers a great degree of freedom for the capitalist class. The problem is they're a small minority of society oppressing and exploiting the rest. We, the rest of society, the proletariat in this case, want to take that control for ourselves and then share that power amongst our class, proletarianize the capitalists, and we won't be trying to squeeze profit out of each other. That's the whole idea. So, and again, this is, anarchist, libertarian, class analysis-free drivel. Continuing, to society, the beasts of the world, the rivers, the forests, and even the light of the sun must be made tame, chained to it, and basically collectivized. I don't know. I could comment on that, but I don't think that people think all the beasts of the world, all the animals, need to be tamed. Some of them are dangerous to us. Some of them are useful to us. All of them are less intelligent than us in some key ways that we can trap them, they can't trap us. Which is, by the way, one of the major dangers of AI becoming smarter than people. Doesn't need to be conscious, it just needs to be smarter than we are. And probably it will stop listening to us entirely. But we'll get to that later. So anyway, this is all to mask a psychic lack civilization both preaches and attempts to hide as it tries to mask the strange schism with modes of desiring production. We are told daily that we are cut off from God, but must build icons to God to hide this. We are told that we are cut off from utopia, but must seek to build utopia to hide this. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, okay, welcome to understanding alienation, but we are told that the idea of what we lack is what we desire, so we must build and produce and progress in the great meliorist sublimation of desire. My experience of this phenomenon is that repression and sublimation of the flesh is the mode of production of the desiring machines of Leviathan civilization society. Note that by lumping all of these things together, the class analysis is completely neutralized. This is how you stay an anarchist. And within capitalist society, when you're not applying capitalist analysis, it's probably because you're taking the existing class dynamics for granted, which basically means anything that you're doing ends up supporting liberalism in the end. It ends up supporting capitalism in the end. Normalization through desiring machines, I guess this is some term that they use in their writings, I don't know what it specifically means here, becomes the violation of the world, that I find my flesh in a paradoxical non-holism with. The wild world of tribes, beasts, and forests becomes the weird, as the farm, city, politics, markets, and all other aspects of the machine of Leviathan, or we could say more domesticated or sedentary life, become the norm. Normalizing the earth as the violation of anarchy would seem an apt title for a history of civilization as ecological and psychic repression. So just to continue this screen, and then I'll stop, mercifully. The collective requires normalization, and for the communized machine to work, self-repression is necessary. Well, slow clap. This is exactly what we said before, to cooperate with other people in a coordinated way. In other words, to do jobs and types of work that require more than one person, Yeah, some amount of self-repression is necessary. If you're working on a project with somebody and they do something that annoys you, you can't just hit them in the face. You know, some tact is required. Some politics are required. It may be annoying and obnoxious, but yeah, it's necessary. This seems abundantly obvious to me. Freaks, homosexuals, Jews, gypsies, the mad, and others who are different all must be normalized, whether that be through brute oppression or through recuperation. Um, Both brute oppression and recuperation imprison the different. Spaces, social, ecological, and psychic, are required to go through the totalitarian hegemonic process of forced sameness, an obvious inevitable failure, as everything is difference and different. So anyway, this is trying to read anarchist quote theory. Marxism acknowledges all of this and then says, okay, but we do have to work together. How can we do that in the most democratic and least exploitative way possible without just all retreating into literal animal feral consciousness? It reeks of despair and reaction and needs to be utterly rejected. Anyway, I wanted to follow up on this a little bit. This goes on we only read 2/7 of this piece. Goes on for quite a bit. This is the kind of absolute bankruptcy that you find within particularly the less social and more individualist strains of anarchism. And might I say, S4A started out as more of a left unity channel. It became patently obvious within like 2 months that was not going to be possible. And even on some of the early videos, you can see I was using a black and red flag with the hammer and sickle in an attempt to have left unity. The reason I stopped was because if you do anything else, anarchists start whining like you wouldn't believe. Left unity clearly was not possible in terms of a deeper dive theoretical thing. I think anyone that tells you otherwise is lying to themselves, or at least to you. Anarchism represents petty-bourgeois individualism, which must be overcome, not tolerated. So, I think anarchists, many of them are well-meaning people who are sincere in their hatred of capitalism, but they do not have the ideology that can get us out of it. They're still too caught up in this petty-bourgeois individualism. And as Marxism says, as Stalin put very well, actually, in Anarchism or Socialism, which we have up on the channel, it's like a 2-hour audiobook, Marxism does offer the individual liberation, but not directly as anarchism tries to achieve. Anarchism just tries to free the individual directly, but in class society that's not possible because power is split along class lines. What Marxists try to do is liberation for the individual through liberation of the class to which the individual belongs, which is where the oppression and exploitation are localized, is in that class status. So by freeing the class, and that class status is what causes the exploitation, there are other kinds of special oppression attached to that, sexism, racism, etc., which are not going to be completely wiped out just by that and have to be addressed in tandem but somewhat separately from. But we're freeing individuals through freedom of the class. Anarchists just do not include this to the degree that would make what they're saying sensible and usable. And there you go. All right. Some more digs in on anarcho-primitivism and its many, many stark deficits. But let's get back to the chat, now that I did like a half an hour sidebar on that. Feral, quote, anarchists are some of the worst morons in existence. I've met dozens of them in the pitiful city I live in, and they're about as insufferable as you would think. Genuinely, most of them border on being fascist. Like I said, I think these are other faces of the despair that capitalist decay produces. So, yeah, I agree. Like, they're not wrong that this society is deeply alienating and oppressive. Great. The solution is not to just, like, dig a hole in the dirt in the woods and, like, live like the mole men. we need to take over this society, not try to just retreat from it and pretend that we are, mammals of a much different type without the kind of intellect that an advanced primate has. It's not possible, and we're not going to be satisfied with that, to say the least. Their catchphrase is basically just, quote, "I don't care." Just like the fucking black shirts. It's amazing. Yeah. Another commenter agrees, yeah, a lot of primitivist types, especially white ones, fall back on petty-bourgeois attitudes and even European feudal, aka fascist, extremely reactionary tendencies. Yeah. It's why in the US and Western Europe, I'm very suspicious if someone claims to be an anarchist, especially if they gravitate towards Stirner, yeah, etc. Absolutely. I mean, my own evolution, back when I was a, late teenage edgelord, and I didn't know anything, and definitely very, petty bourgeois middle class in my consciousness. Was not really out in the world, like working that much, sheltered and so on. I too sought freedom from the kind of alienation, ennui, boredom, and various other things that I was suffering from. And the easiest kind of things to stumble across are the sort of individualist anarchist type stuff. There's some, anarchist mystic type stuff. We've talked about this on social media somewhat, but the same 8-pointed symbol that Alexander Dugin uses for Eurasianism. So now people who know Dugin, who's a neo-fascist in Russia, and his Eurasianism, basically a neo-fascist ideology, his past is in neo-Nazism and like Satanist and occult circles. Not everything that is considered occult is necessarily the absolute worst thing. There's some kinds of like perfectly benign, pagans that are more sort of anti-capitalist in their outlook, especially as you get more towards the sort of very, quote, spiritually dark, self-serving, satanic type things. A lot of these people are basically just Ayn Rand libertarians dressing up in spooky robes, and it's all of this sort of ideology of the self and things like that. So there's, anyway, that same symbol that Dugin uses for Eurasianism is also found in that same sort of occult world that he came out of with the neo-Nazism and the neo-Satanism and stuff like that as well. And, back on the early internet, you could find all kinds of like edgy people publishing that. And then it's like, well, does any of this actually make anyone's life who gets involved with it better? You know what I mean? It's kind of like there's that line in American History X where, spoiler alert, everybody mute your speakers for 10 seconds. It all comes down to like, the sort of the person who leaves the white supremacist hate movement, at least in the movie. It comes down to the line, is any of this making my life better? And yeah, it seemed to me like you can get into all this sort of edgy, dark shit that's like freedom of the self, freedom of the individual. And then you just realize like, well, wait a minute. None of that makes anything better. You just kind of look like an asshole. And that's what the people who rule society now are doing to me. So you face that choice of like, well, I'm a victim. I could become a perpetrator. And, by adopting the ideology of the perpetrator, adopting the ideology of your oppressor, you either just end up a bootlicker and a lackey, or you wind up inflicting the same harm on other people that you didn't like when it was inflicted on you. How about we develop a new ideology, the ideology of the exploited, that just seeks liberation from exploitation? And that's where you can start crossing over and get into the more socialist, communist ideologies. But you got to get away from this anarchism, particularly the sort of very radical, individual, self-obsessed, stuff. I mean, basically, it's again, it's like Ayn Rand libertarianism, pretty much. It's hard to kind of express all of this stuff to people who haven't been through the underground, you know. But it's all sort of absurd in a way that people have such difficulty with a lot of this stuff. But here we are, you know, going round and round. It is, on a certain level, somewhat amusing. The problem is the stakes are real, and the fight is real, and the struggle is real. So, anyway, but it is absurd in many ways. What's been my most requested author to read? You know, I don't know that there have been any specific authors that are recommended. I get recommendations. Most of the recommendations that I get for readings on the channel are for like kind of random one-offs. People will recommend particular Lenin texts or particular Stalin texts, but that's kind of it. Most of the recommendations are like for. I wouldn't say that any of them stack up a ton. Now that I think about it, I mean, I have done more Lenin than anything else. I'm sure if I hadn't, that would probably be it. But yeah, I've done more Lenin than anything else. But I can't say that there's a ton of pattern in the requests. Many of the requests, as I've said before, have been some of the most interesting readings on the channel. So I appreciate the requests. I just can't always get to them. By the way, there was somebody who requested the other day, have I considered doing Mao's Little Red Book? They may not be aware. The Little Red Book is quotations from other readings. So what we probably would do is just read the other readings. So I think we have about 24 Mao writings up on the channel. We have more planned for the future. But yeah, that is a book of quotations. Yes, the Workers' Survey is still open. Go to A Worker's Inquiry, 1880, by Marx, the audiobook. There's a link in the pinned comment and the description to a Google form where you can fill out the Workers' Survey. We will be, I think, reviewing that in S4A Livestream number 100, which will be kind of a celebratory stream. I have some special events planned for that. Can people who own houses be socialists, or are they capitalists? No, that is personal property. So, you know, capital is a property that is used to make profit, more or less. Like the idea of owning capital is to multiply that capital. And houses are not productive property in that way. I mean, you can buy houses not for personal use, but for commercial use, like renting them to people. That would be capital. But no, if you own your own house, you're not a capitalist. What about human want? Yeah, the whole point of ending capitalism is because capitalism does not produce to meet human need. It produces speculatively for profit. In socialism, where there would be no profit to be had, we would just be using industry to produce what we need, then turning the machine off. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we need this amount of shoes. Let's make this amount of shoes. Okay, done. Let's go to the beach, you know, or like whatever. So, yeah. The nice things rather than the required things. Oh, you mean desires. So, yeah, there's kind of a difference. I mean, this is a little bit, people have different definitions. Usually when we talk about need, this would be requirements for human existence, food, shelter, clothing, water, all that kind of stuff, clean air to breathe, protection from disease, medicine, stuff like that. But the nice things rather than the required things. Yeah, I mean, whatever the society decides to produce. So historically, like in the USSR, there was a lot of emphasis on heavy industry rather than consumer goods. And this was because they needed to rapidly industrialize to prevent, well, I mean, they were in competition with the already industrialized West in the class struggle on a global scale. So there was like a lot of emphasis put on industrialization, which it's a good thing they did that because that's how the USSR survived World War II, for example. But yeah, I mean, people want games and toys and stuff too. And with production in the hands of the working class, those things also can be made, sure. So So somebody talking about the situation in Sudan. Yeah, I've been seeing this more and more in the news. The situation in Sudan is deteriorating fast. I saw like countries evacuating their embassies and things like that. But I don't know that much about it. The situation is a civil war between two bad factions: Rapid Support Forces, death squads, and Sudanese armed forces. Ongoing fighting in Khartoum with Rapid Support Forces is taking neighborhoods. The military dictatorship of Egypt might intervene to save the Sudanese military. The Rapid Support Forces are made up of mostly non-Arab, poorer, and more rural areas of Sudan, while the Sudanese military represents the Arab chauvinist River City elite. Thank you for that. Yeah, I keep seeing that, and I've watched a few short videos on it, but I have not gotten into any breakdowns of it yet. Sudan had a revolution in 2019 to remove al-Bashir. It was led by a coalition of various forces, including the Sudanese communist parties. But when the transitional military civilian government was set up and push came to shove, the Saddamists and Nasserists betrayed the revolution and sided with the military over the street protesters because they feared democracy more. How often is this the story? Once again, the Petty-Bourgeois, quote, socialists betrayed the revolution again. So yeah, those Petty-Bourgeois, freedom fighters end up betraying the majority of the population because they're trying to preserve capitalism. And this is why, the masses decide history in the end. The masses need to stand up for themselves, and as they do, communists who hopefully have earned their trust and have a deep and trusting relationship with the masses can advise them, on the best and most constructive ways to channel their outrage and channel their spontaneous uprisings into something organized and lasting that will actually serve their long-term interests of taking power. That's kind of the relationship of the communists, organized, studied Marxists, to the general masses who, dislike their oppression and do rise up against it sometimes, but not always in ways that are the most effective. We want to help them see that through, in other words, in the most constructive way possible. Yeah, so the same person that's sort of like concern trolling about consumer goods in socialism is trying to tell us that green energy is good for the environment. We just need to progress to we just need to advance and develop good technology more. No, you have fallen, my friend, for libertarian neoliberal bullshit. We are not going to technology or innovate our way out of climate crisis or anything else. There are a number of videos. So I linked to Bestie Marx on the channels tab of the YouTube, Socialism for All YouTube. Go to the channels tab. Look for BESD Marx. And there is a video series there about how green capitalism cannot save us. All right. This is a lie pushed by libertarians who effectively want more money and no regulation. That's what they're really pushing for. And no, green capitalism is not enough to save us. Absolutely not. Human existence is dialectical to our environment. Yeah, we're inseparable from that environment. You can't just go on the moon and live. We don't have any of the things that we need. We don't have the air we need to breathe or the water or anything else. We evolved in this environment and we are a part of this environment. However, we are conscious actors within this environment, and we have a certain amount of autonomy within the environment. And so there's a dialectical relationship between conscious human action and behavior and then the environmental external forces around us. And that includes animals too, who are moderately conscious compared, of what they're doing and have less developed intellects. I mean, they have extensive instincts that they live off of, and some animals are, can perform various tricks and tasks and different things. They have various amounts of intelligence and consciousness. They definitely have emotions, but they're not quite the same as us. I mean, they physically don't have parts of their brains that we have. And that's not to say they're completely unintelligent, but they are separate from us and not quite of the same type. We should respect them. and their life is hard, just like our life is hard. We should respect that and have compassion for them. But yeah, they're more a part of the overall environment that we live in, and that we have this dialectical relationship with. And it should be a respectful dialectical relationship. Because yeah, we are linked, and if they go down, we go down. What hurts them in many ways ultimately hurts us. Here in Brazil, we just survived 4 years of a murderous and fascist government, so our Brazilian socialist comrades are looking more like coaches than socialists. Difficult times. More than half of the Brazilian population thinks that socialism/communism will free Satan to burn churches and families and enterprises. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people in like the U.S. think the same thing. The godless commies are going to come and like kill you in your sleep or whatever. Not the case. But yeah, I saw a breakdown of the election that brought Bolsonaro in this last time, the previous election a few years ago, and pretty much it was like directly split along class lines. Poorer people, well, richer people voted for Bolsonaro, poorer people voted against. It was like a very, very clear split. So the conditions are somewhat there for some amount of class consciousness, but you're right. I mean, reaction can run very deep. Bolsonaro was definitely a neo-fascist leader trying to instill that kind of fascist irrationality and susceptibility to extreme anti-communist propaganda in his followers, just as Trump does, just as any neo-fascist leader does. They try to get them terrified of any kind of progressive social change, like, that it's going to literally amount to like hell on earth. The bowels of the earth will just open up and like it'll just be awful, apocalypse. That's what the fascists like stir up their followers to believe. Obviously, it's not true. On an r Vosh subreddit, that'll be the board that is dedicated to Vosh fans on Reddit, a majority choose fascist Italy over, quote, authoritarian socialist regimes. Well, them and every other liberal, because that's pretty much, like 1 in 100 liberals, when push comes to shove and there's a revolutionary moment and, there's an actual imminent question of will society go socialist or will there be a capitalist fascist crackdown? 1 in 100 liberals will come over to the socialist side, but like 99 of them will just hold their nose and say, well, I don't agree with fascism, but it's what we need to save the system. They may not have a taste for fascism, but they understand that it's needed to defend capitalism against the dirty poors. So yeah, Vosh is a fucking liberal. If that's news to you, I've done a number. I'm kind of past the point on this channel where I'm like doing Vosh reacts, but we did a good half dozen of them, so I feel like I've said my piece on that topic. I don't really think about that person from day to day, so yeah. Anyway, like I said, we're kind of beyond that on the channel, but the record is there. I always recommend to new socialists to read the Principles of Communism before the manifesto, simply because it's written like a Q&A. Yeah, it's like a frequently asked questions file where you don't have to pick the questions out. I do prefer the Principles of Communism to the manifesto for that exact reason. It's written like a fact file, and it's just very easy. It's question and response. So, and it's the exact same material because they were written at the same time. The catechism form, where it's question and answer, that was like very popular at the time, and so they wrote it that way originally. There's also draft of a Communist Confession of Faith, which is basically the same material too. I think that Principles of Communism is probably the best. The manifesto is not bad, but yeah, read both because it'll just reinforce this. It covers the same ground. I'm going to transform into a dog. Post left. That's fucking stupid. The high point of idealism. This is all comments when I was reading the Ann Prim thing. Idealist diarrhea. Pretty much says it all. This is so sappy, but because I'm a huge sap, I'm a bit taken in by the pretty words until I remember that these people are deranged. Yeah, I mean it's somewhat poetic. Like you can have a very nice, um, like I said, I was just talking about for me, um, most meditation is based around focusing on your breath and controlling your attention and concentration and things like that. You can really kind of come back to center within yourself. It's like the thing of telling people to touch grass. You really can sort of like your mind can get caught up in all sorts of extraneous things, errands and this and that, and your general to-do list during the day, and then the sort of the chatter that your mind produces on a minute-to-minute basis. Having a practice where at least a few times a week you pull back, you just focus on your breath, maybe you do some like graceful movements, and you just kind of like come back to the center of yourself. It really can be empowering in that you can go back out and face that stuff like a lot more clearly, and you might see, you might have insight into things that you need to change about your life. And then eventually, as in my case, you may see the need for social revolution because you change what you can change in your life, and then you still see on some level it's not enough to fix all your problems. Then you start going, oh, some of these problems are not within my control. They're in society's control. And so then you start going, okay, well, I need to be involved in an organization of other people. This is too big of a job just for me. I need to be involved in an organization of other people who share my interests in some way. And different people are, well, basically class is the biggest, simplest catch-all for aligning with people who share your basic, same material interests. So that is the overarching thing. There are also forms of special oppression that people experience, such as sexism, such as racism, such as homophobia, such as transphobia, and so on, such as religious bigotry, where you may want to organize in a group of people who share that particular status as well. But the overarching thing is class. So that's what I started realizing is like, well, I've changed this and I've changed that. This brought me some benefit, but this only brought partial benefit. And some of the things that are factors in the stuff I don't like, determining factors in the stuff I don't like, I can't change on my own. So hence, social consciousness is born, and class consciousness, and the dawning of the realization that, hey, I need to get involved with organization larger than myself to pursue my material interests. So, I mean, all of that is fine and good as long as you continue down that road to expanding your social consciousness, not literally retracting it into a more individualized, animalistic consciousness. That's a fully reactionary conclusion to reach. And yeah, walks in the woods can be great for you. I mean, even in cities, there are a lot of studies about feelings of well-being and green spaces. Just like you can have an identical architectural layout on a block with and without trees. People, they give surveys to people who rate their feelings of well-being in each environment. One purely concrete and buildings, one with a lot more green space. The people in the exact same buildings with green space consistently rank their feelings of well-being higher. It's just something we like. Like, we are big monkeys. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're very, intellectually developed, smart monkeys. But I mean, at heart, this is why little, young humans, little kids, we play on jungle gyms. If we were evolved from birds, we'd be like, have some, kind of atavistic impulse to like sit on a perch or something. But little kids like to swing, what do they call it? Brachiation, when primates swing from like branch to branch. Locomotion using the arms, brachiation, I think it's called. Like, we like to do that. That's why we have the sort of a lot of the toys that we have, especially as kids, when you're very physical and have like a ton of physical energy. So I mean that's in us. It's part of us, and we need to like honor that. But that's the baseline. That's the starting point. That's not the end point. That's not like all we should aspire to in the world. Yeah, it's, somebody says if you feel like getting weird rather than going along with quote real feral individualism, consider having a psychedelic experience instead. Now, psychedelic experiences, as research from places like MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic, what's the S stand for? Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. That's what it is. I want to say research. I'm like, that doesn't start with S. Studies. As they're showing, there is a lot of medical, psychological, psychiatric literature about the positive benefits of like psilocybin mushrooms and things like that. That said, not everybody is the ideal candidate for that. Some supervision and guidance may be really necessary. You also definitely can overdo them. But as I was saying before about meditation also creates a very gentle altered state of consciousness that in my opinion is much safer. Although you can overdo meditation as well. You can bliss out to the point where you do become very spacey and actually detached. So you can even overdo that even though it's not a drug. But a moderate normal amount of meditation will create an altered state that's measurable by your brain waves will slow down to like alpha and theta waves. And your body chemistry changes, your fight or flight response dies down, your adrenaline response, and your cortisol levels, stress hormone will go down. And you will have an altered state of consciousness that can allow for gradual and gentle, yet still healing and beneficial psychological insight. And that's great, and it can really contribute to your maturity as a person, your development psychologically. And in my case, I feel like it directly contributed to my class consciousness as well. Psychedelics are much more of a brute force approach, and not everybody may really, again, be the ideal candidate for that, especially winging it on their own in an uncontrolled environment. I know a lot of people will mention those two things kind of hand in hand. The meditation, I'd say, is a lot safer, and again, no substances involved. But it has some similar effects in that, yeah, you're creating a gentle, altered state that takes you out of the hectic, higher stress, outwardly focused mindset, and getting out of that for a half an hour or an hour a day, or at least a few times a week, can be profoundly beneficial. So, yeah. I mean, and also on the physical level, I mentioned it changes your body chemistry. It can improve your immune response and a lot of things. So there's a lot to look at there. Maybe we've talked about doing a Cooking with S4A segment, talking about food and things like that. I'm compiling some research on like what maybe we could put into that, and maybe some studies on that as well. Because it literally is as simple as sort of, quietly concentrating on breath and similar things. It's not very capital intensive, let's put it that way. You don't need a lot of equipment. Also, unlike psychedelics in many areas, it's fully legal to meditate. And again, just fewer risks. It's not a substance. So I remember listening to a Rev Left episode years ago before I'd read or consumed any communist literature. He was interviewing an egoist anarchist, and even at that point I was thinking, wow, this is kind of stupid bullshit. Yeah, well, probably some part of you was already, moderately class conscious, and it is very, liberal as far as how it prioritizes individualism. Even the more social anarchism that has some amount of class analysis does tend to prioritize the individual first. It's what makes it Marxism rather than anarchism rather than Marxism. There's also some things that are very close to Marxism in terms of their analysis of capitalism, but they're still anarchist in that they don't encourage party formation or anything like that. Maybe the closest you get is platformist anarchists, it's kind of like Marxism with extra steps, but still vehemently insisting the whole time that it's anarchist. And yeah, so I mean that would come closer to something like being a left comm or something like that. But again, all of the rhetoric around individualism, it gets very, very tiresome, and I think it's very shallow in the end as well, because it is true. Biologically, we're individuals. Like, it's true. I get injured. You don't directly feel it. I'm an individual in that sense. I'm a biological unit in that sense. I could die. You still live. We are separate in that sense. But while we are biologically individual, we're deeply social. What you find in the human mind, I mean, there's a lot that psychology can bring to the table in terms of just understanding the dynamics of the mind. But you have to bring in sociology to really get the full picture, because as you delve into the individual, what you find is a microcosm of the society that socialized that individual. And there's no way around that. And even these anarchists that are pushing this individualism got that individualism as such a high priority value from the liberal capitalist society that socialized them. So it's not that original, it's not that unique as they would like to think that it is. And as Marxist-Leninists, we understand that socialism is going to carry many stamps from capitalism into it, which we will transform. That's not a reason not to do it. But to anarchists, they insist, like, we need a radical break from everything now. It's got to be brand new, completely different. And otherwise, it's just, it's not immediate enough and whatever else. There's so many problems with that as an ideology. And as I've said before, I think a lot of anarchists, their hearts are in the right place. There's a lot of good individuals, no pun intended, or like, there's a lot of good people out there who currently consider themselves an anarchist. But I don't think that ideology is going to really serve you or get to your goals. If your goal is the end of capitalism, I don't think that's really going to serve you. So, again, liberation of the individual is possible. But from a Marxist perspective, the way you get that liberation of the individual is through the liberation of the oppressed class to which that individual belongs. Because remember, there are people in this society who do not require liberation. Bourgeoisie already has their freedom. So, it does work for them. You got to ask which class. This is even worse than Murray Rothbard's Ethics of Freedom. Yeah, I mean, whether you're ANCAP, whether you're just black flag anarchist, there's a lot of common denominators. We've mentioned that in other criticisms of anarchism before, where it's like, whether you're more of a social anarchist, whether you're an anarcho-capitalist, in the end, it's like, it's all determined by that individualism, which is basically a bourgeois value. That's not to say that in socialism, there's no emphasis on like being an individual or any of the particular individual pleasures that any one person experiences. It's just not like an organizing principle of society, Like, we can grant each other the privacy and the freedom to like do some things that we like, that we like and that nobody else likes, but you can't be, bothering other people with it. Or, employing and oppressing and exploiting other people with it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Satanism is Ayn Rand for edgy 15-year-olds. Yeah, and it extends beyond Satanism proper. There's different forms, kind of regurgitated forms of the similar type of, as they call it, left-hand path ideologies, which, again, that's like an ancient concept and goes back to a very, very long time ago, of people who really would live apart from society, even tribal society, and do really extreme practices. And they were fakirs and things like that. And, that was fine. Like, they just sort of, did their extreme fasting and body modifications and things. And they didn't really ask for anything from people. Like, they would live on handouts from other people who would support them. But they would do extreme things like, living in graveyards or living in the fields where people would be cremated and things like that, and just sort of meditate on death and things like that. Is not really socially productive. But when you apply these things into like Western society today, it tends to take on some of the class characteristics and picks up the class ideology. It gets stained with the class ideology of the class interests that exist in this society. And yeah, it winds up being Ayn Rand libertarianism, basically just the philosophy of capitalists who are set themselves in opposition to the overwhelming majority of society for their own selfish purposes. Anarchists learn basic cooperation skills challenge. Impossible. Well, the individual always comes first when it comes to anarchists, so do the math. It's as much fun as it sounds like. I've been in these people's circles before. They really do think that they are just unaccountable individuals who can act however they want. Like if you tell these people that they're being hurtful or that their ideas are dangerous, they basically tell you, don't tell me what to do. And their friends all agree with them. They want friend groups comprised of rational individuals who can't violate each other's, quote, sovereignty, except they already trust and agree with each other. Yeah. And, typically a lot of these people are like conservative whites as well, so keep doing the math off of the interest there. GCN radio network broadcasting their ANCAP trash on terrestrial radio was what got me young. Yeah, that was the one that there was GCN and RBN. Alex Jones was on one of them, but both of those channels, the hosts would always interview each other's like hosts, and they'd all like, you'd see one guest on one of the shows, and then they'd get passed around to like all of the other hosts in the like just echo chamber. It was Republic Broadcasting and Genesis Communications. Jones was on GCN, I think. And then I think that was owned by Disney after a while, wasn't it? But yeah, proto-fascist, ultra-patriot radio. And basically, and they would also broadcast on shortwave. So these are like the John Bircher type fascists from like the 50s, 60s, 70s. Survivalists, libertarians, anti-communists, like ex-Vietnam vet fascists, people forming white supremacist right-wing paramilitaries. That was like the GCN RBN base. And so this got mainstreamed by the Republican Party to keep their numbers up in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. And then they became the Tea Party, and then they became the Birthers, and then they became MAGA, which is what they are currently, which is the mainstream face of the Republican Party. Which channel was going to upload a video on North Korea? That was Fellow Traveler. You can find a link in the channels tab of Socialism for All. I know he's working on that now. I'm not sure when it's coming out. I like the idea of primitive anarchism. Then I remember I need medicine, clean water, food, maybe hot running water. Yeah. I was into the occult for many years, and it is ultimately based on hierarchy and gaining personal power. So not compatible with communism. Well, again, I think something like a cult is a very broad term. You'll find many different things within it. And yeah, but I mean, a lot of those more on the quote dark side, it's about the sort of personal power thing, the self. So yeah, I mean, again, liberation of the individual. And I mean, all of these things are idealist in the sense that most of them consider the existence of the soul as separate from the body as like an actual thing. Not all of them, but it depends. Like I said, it's a broad heading that encompasses many different ideas. Same as the high school bully to cop pipeline. A lot of the Neo-Paganism movement has to be influenced by Nazi occultism, like Himmler and the SS. Some of it is, at least considers itself anti-fascist. So again, I want to be clear, like, it's a broad brush, but yes, there are many neo-Nazis who will use pagan symbols. The reason for that is radical traditionalism. So in their quest for reaction and, quote, rejecting modernity, it's that fascist slogan, embrace tradition, reject modernity, or I think I said it in the reverse order, reject modernity, embrace tradition. So they do this radical traditionalism that is like a key part of fascism today, because modernity to them, I mean, modernity and Marxism to me, I love modernism, and because I think it does go hand in hand with Marxism. It is a meta-narrative about progress, and that is absolutely possible, and that's what Marxism is. So naturally, fascists fucking hate that. They hate the idea that they're elitists, essentially. They believe that some people are just better than others, and have the natural right, might makes right, and they have the natural right to rule over, oppress, and exploit other people for their own gain. And so they hate the idea that if capitalism continues, it's going to create a large class called the proletariat that has no interest in maintaining the system, but will be strong enough to end that system. They fucking hate that. So they're against, quote, modernity, because it's tied up with social progress, the creation of the proletariat, and the eventual demise of capitalism. So yeah, they love feudalism and capitalism. I mean, some of them will say that they're against capitalism, but only because they think that it is elitist, well, class society, if you will, a society in which there are different classes. They think that capitalism is too weak or fragile of a state of class society, and they want to go back to when elites were really tough and when elites were really brutal, and they could really enforce that brutality on the rest of the population. This is the kind of thing that they fetishize. And so as they see bourgeois governments and bourgeois democracy incorporating the poors and the women's and the gays and everybody else that they think they have a natural right to suck the blood of, well, then they turn on capitalism to that extent, but not really at its essence. They will just change forms of capitalism to something much more authoritarian. Fascism ultimately is just the most brutal expression of violent capitalist rule without even window dressing of democracy. So anyway, this radical traditionalism, they need to anchor this in some sort of mythology to sell this ideology. And so picking up on like pre-Christian things, that can be, sort of like the Teutonic paganism, that is often part of neo-Nazism. It isn't all neo-Nazi, though. There's some people who just do that because they have rejected Christianity, but instead of becoming atheists, they still, like to, they like ritual, they like having campfires and things, and so they do, they become sort of like neo-pagans, but you can find anti-fascist neo-pagans. How deep it goes, I don't know. I'm not one of them, but you don't want to paint everyone with the same brush. There's a lot of things. The word occult means hidden. That's what it means. So it's you could say subculture, even counterculture, anything that is hidden from sort of the mainstream can be considered occult in some sort of way. So it's a very, very broad heading. Although, it tends to mean in practice, it has certain connotations and associations, which we've kind of discussed already. I can do as much Lenin as I like. Yeah, absolutely. Will there be an S4A cake for Livestream 100? I don't know. I'm not a huge cake eater, but I'll look into it. Yeah, green energy is solely to open more markets. There's a lot of problems with that. Again, I just refer people. Bestie Marx has a 3-part video on how green capitalism won't save us. Did I read Chomsky's Consequences of Capitalism? No, I'm not really big on Chomsky. The egoist that Rev Left interviewed wound up being a piece of shit, too. You mean like he did something else later on that sort of confirmed people's vibes of him from that interview? Not surprising. It's so weird that somebody who calls himself an egoist would end up being like an asshole. So fucking weird. Didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming. There's some weird poetry going on in the chat here. Not even going to touch that. I was very into shortwave radio and still am, and that's how I found those nut jobs. That was the person that's saying that GCN got them. Yeah, the whole reason they would do shortwave, it was like in the event of a communist revolution, they wanted to be able to broadcast to each other. These are like the John Birch Society and people like that. Yeah, anybody who is serious about being an anti-fascist in the United States, you should really read up on that. There's also a really good book. Okay, so at Berkeley, there is a Center for Right-Wing Studies. If you're interested in these kinds of topics, go subscribe to their newsletters. Like they have regular seminars, and their scholars publish books and things like that. In the end, they're not communist, but they do, they're just liberals who are very, very, very distasteful towards fascism. in the end, because this is bourgeois academia. That's the environment in which they're working. But they're doing actual anti-fascist research, which whatever you want your political response response to that to be, obviously, we would say, and I think it's well supported by reasoning and evidence, that Marxism is the only thing that really can stop fascism in the end. Ultimately, it's just the highest expression of capital's desires to dominate the rest of society. Fascism is, basically fascism is no holds barred capitalism, particularly under threat of socialist revolution. That would be our political response to it. That's why, in large part, my turn back to Marxism was driven out of frustration with liberalism and anti-fascism ultimately. I wanted to be an effective anti-fascist, not spin the wheels. That said, even bourgeois academia can produce quality research about the who's who of fascist groups. They may not propose meaningful action against it or effective action against it, but they can at least tell you about it and what's happening there. And anyway, there's an author, I think her name's Kathleen Belew, Belew, did a book called, I've been plugging this for a while, Bring the War Home, which is about, whoops, I think I just hit the mic. It's about the crossover between soldiers being socialized by the U.S. military to literally kill communists in Vietnam and elsewhere. The U.S. military is all about murderous anti-communist sentiment. Then those people do their service, their tour of duty. They come back home. What do? A lot of them are amped up on militant, armed struggle against any kind of communist socialist workers organizing. And they start forming usually white supremacist, fascist paramilitary groups in the U.S. So there are researchers who track that kind of activity. People think Antifa, anti-fascism, and they think of street battles. People in balaclavas throwing piss balloons at fascists and shit like that, or maybe getting into fistfights. That is 5% of what anti-fascism is. The other 95% is research. And there is a lot out there. And again, Berkeley Center for Right-Wing Studies is one example of, a bourgeois academic outlet that is actually dedicated to research on that. Of course, the ADL will do research as well. And, you can get some of the broad strokes about fascist groups operating in the U.S. and their history from that. But yeah, the shortwave radio and the, quote, patriot or ultra-patriot movement, which was proto-fascist for a while and has kind of morphed into the real deal as fascization has progressed over the last few decades. Yeah, that's kind of a hallmark of it. How could anybody be, quote, just an individual when anything we do on a daily basis is in the context of a wider community? The roads we drive on, or the public transport we take, the food we eat, is all supplied to us by society. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me, but I'm not an anarchist. But yeah, that's the anarchism falls apart really by asking elementary questions such as you just asked. It does not hold up. Because you're going to, even the more social anarchists get into very petty individualist squabbles as soon as there's any conflict over how the division of labor is going to be. Anarchists may not even be democratic in the sense that they don't recognize majority rule. They either get perfect consensus on things or they don't do anything and the group breaks up. So there's a real problem with anarchists being not respecting majoritarian opinions and breaking off with minority opinions. This is the opposite of democratic centralism, for example, where there is debate and discussion in a Marxist group about what the line is going to be. But it really just takes, simple majority, 50% plus one, and then you stick to that. And if you're, even if you have really sincere and you think well-supported and well-reasoned arguments against whatever the group decided, you got to just suck it up for the time being, because that's what the group decided. And anarchists, again, they tend to go much more for consensus. And on some things, 70% consensus, like not just simple majority, but like 60% or 70% can be useful for keeping, more of sort of support among the group for different things, or at least more ideological cohesion. But trying to do everything on 100% consensus is very unrealistic in most cases. And, most anarchists, if they're involved in any practical action, will figure that out at some point. But yeah, for me, it started unraveling when I was considering anarchism. I remember distinctly I was at my desk and I had this thought and I wrote it down on a piece of paper to come back to. How do anarchists take power? And that was the beginning of the end of my anarchism, because I started realizing they never have taken power. Oh yeah. So my skepticism and doubt about that proved to be well-founded. It's amazing how the John Birch Society went from being totally ignored during the conspiracy theory that Dwight Eisenhower was a communist, and today it's mainstream Republican. Well, fascism has progressed because capitalism is in a much deeper crisis today. They need people like that out in front because they feel like they could lose this system. 2008 saw the first major crisis of capitalism of the 70-year, or 60-year at that point, post-war period. And yeah, they're not taking any chances. They're getting their fascist ducks in a row to be used against us. Reject fascism, embrace Marxism, absolutely. The worst thing is fascists always think they're going to end up a king when they'll just be another victim. Yeah, I hope they really are that sincere of a fan of the elitist blood sports that they are going to the wall for, because the most they're going to get out of that system, fascism has even less class mobility than the already basically non-existent class mobility of capitalism, because it's a tightening of that elite control over every crucial power structure in society. Every engine of wealth, every hall of power comes under tighter oligarchical rule. The average person is not going to get more out of that system. They're going to get less out of it. So yeah, absolutely. If I don't get home before the stream ends, thanks S4A in chat. Well, I think we'll go for a while today. I might have to take a quick break in the middle, but we'll go. Nothing is natural in capitalism, not skill, demands, or who is on top, or genetic evolutional selection, just pure luck of the parents you're born to. That's how it works. Yeah, the rich are not our betters. Absolutely. They get the finest education, the finest medical services, the finest food, the most perfect conditions in which to grow up. But fundamentally, they are not better than we are. And the sort of elite worship absolutely is unfounded and needs to stop if you have any dignity at all. Stop putting yourself down to put somebody on the pedestal that you in your own mind should be on, Fight for your own dignity, not to keep some undeserving fortunate son, up on that pedestal ruling over you. A pedestal, they built. Let's actually smash the pedestal and give them a real job. So yeah. Quote, fascism is the rule of financial capital, is the organization of terrorist revenge against the working class and the revolutionary peasantry and the reading public. So yes, the proletariat, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. In its foreign policy, fascism is chauvinism in its most brutal form, inciting beastly hatred toward other nations. This is quoting from the speech at the 7th International Conference of the Comintern. Absolutely. Yeah, people are interested in more about that. We have some audiobooks from Dimitrov, Dimitrov, on fascism. And there's a whole playlist, Understanding Fascism. Look under the subject guides on the playlists tab. Look, playlists by subject. There's one on fascism and right-wing movements. It's a long playlist, but especially in the 20s and 30s, there's a lot about fascism and Nazism proper. There's other things before that about reaction and the Black Hundreds in Russia, who are monarchist reactionaries, in many ways pre-fascists. Like capitalism had not yet evolved fascism per se, but pre-fascists. And then in the 20s, with the emergence of fascism itself and Mussolini, who was funded by MI5, by the way, and that's not like some random theory I came up with. That was covered in The Guardian. Mussolini used to be a socialist, and then during World War I, he started working for MI5 and taking a salary, and then he turned pro-war, and then he eventually led the fascist movement that was attempting to stamp out the socialist movement by having this decoy pseudo-socialist movement. That was fascism. But instead of class struggle, it promoted class collaboration. It substituted like racial or national struggle instead of class struggle, and it promoted class collaboration. And that's what fascism is all about. But it'll take some of the revolutionary aesthetic and energy and the general appearance of revolutionary movements, but then it spins the content counter-revolutionary, and that's what fascism is all about. But yeah, the terrorist revenge of finance capital against the working class, the revolutionary peasantry, and the reading public. And then in foreign policy, chauvinism in its most brutal form, racism, nationalism, ethnic and religious hatred. If this sounds like the U.S. today, I agree. I mean, this is just it's the ideology of imperialism. Imperialism is advanced capitalism, heavily consolidated, and fascism is its ideology. And fascisation is a process that the society undergoes across decades. Yeah, there's a lot of readings by Dimitrov from the Comintern in the 30s. Also, prior to that, Gramsci, Clara Zetkin from Germany, even Bordiga, who ultimately became not so great, but in the early days did a report on fascism that was worth reading. So, yeah. John Denver, Whatever Happened To, has a very funny song about the John Birch Society also. I didn't know that. I'm writing that down. If I have my note thing here. There we go. Get a little bit more of the pleasant clicking people like. John Denver JBS song. There we go. All right. What about far left fascism? That is not a thing, my friend. I'm sorry, but you were confused. No, you've been misled by libertarians. I'm sorry. Revisionism leads to fascism. Revisionism leads to the restoration of capitalism. And again, fascism is the ideology of advanced capitalism, so yeah, it can. Yeah, somebody raises the question not only of anarchists taking power, but maintaining power. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Oh my God, we've got somebody unironically using the Alex Jones slogan, the answer to 1984 is 1776. They have No Effects Live 95. That's their name. Very punk of you supporting. Very punk of you supporting the ultimate and reactionary ideologies there. Get the fuck out of here. Hitler also worked for MI5. Do you have a link on that? Because I have the link on Mussolini working for MI5. I have not seen the Hitler thing. Mussolini is like LaRouche, except he actually managed to get into power. Mussolini, I think, was far worse than LaRouche. LaRouche is extremely uncharismatic. And, yeah, I mean, I think there are key differences. Let me put it that way. Wasn't Mussolini, like, heavily revisionist in the first plan, and the guy he followed was talking about strongman, fascist-like? I'm not sure exactly based on that question, but yeah, I mean, he started more in the socialist world, and then, to what extent that was ever sincere, it got completely, literally bought out and co-opted for imperialism. And then his people would go out and beat up the anti-World War I protesters who were socialists and communists. Imagine being the poor sucker who had to be an official in the Spanish Civil War for the anarchists. Mussolini's mentor was Georges Sorel, who was a proto-fascist who influenced him, Hitler, and Franco. Somebody keeps asking about, can a socialist not be against abortion? No, absolutely not. The USSR was the first country to legalize abortion, so no. Abortion is a workers' rights issue, and yeah, as Sal is saying, no socialist is against abortions. If somebody was against abortion, they can just not get one. So yeah. All right, let's get into the our union story for today. So this is from, let me bring it up, Doug Jaffray, My Experience, Union Activism in a Yellow Union. So first of all, what's a yellow union? Red is the color of socialism and communism and Marxism. Yellow is often used, so you have white is the color of counter-revolution. Yellow is kind of not the color of counter-revolution, but more of capitalism. And in this case, it means a yellow union is, anarcho-capitalists. They have the black and yellow flag. Anarchy, but with bosses. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Anyway, a yellow union is not a red union. It's not a militant, anti-capitalist union. It's basically a company union that organizes the workers but does not engage in fierce struggle, and in some cases really exists more for the benefit of the employer than anything else. So anyway, that's a little bit of background on a yellow union. You can read more about that concept various places online. But so this is a story. This is one of our listeners here writing about, and I think that along the way, if you've listened to past live streams, they have shared ongoing updates from their union experience. This is sort of the overall write-up. So let's dig into it. Union organizing is an important part of the class struggle in terms of taking the fight to the shop floor. It's a fight that many people, socialists included, do not know where to start. My hope in writing this is that it can be learned from and utilized in building and organizing among unions, especially yellow unions. Let me start by defining what a yellow union is and how it makes it hard for a union to be effective. A yellow union is a union that is not working in the interests of the worker, but is directly controlled or influenced by the employer. Organizing within a yellow union can be difficult because not only are you up against the employer, but you also have to deal with an antagonistic relationship with the union leadership. This can make taking action very difficult, as the leadership will fight you on anything that will make a substantial change in working conditions. So commenting, it's a false form of organization which basically preempts the workers organizing independently. And independent organizing, whether it's on the shop floor in a union or whether it's in a political party within the political system, independent organizing in a forum that is not controlled by the 1%, by the employer in the case of a smaller workplace, but by the capitalist interests at whatever level, the big bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie. If you're not organized independently of them, it's going to be very hard to, plan, strategize, and launch any kind of action that will really, they'll see you coming, and they'll be meddling with your efforts the entire time. That's why we're always telling people you can't organize within the Democratic Party. If we're trying to organize against the Democratic Party, you can't organize against something from within it. And similar with the yellow union here, it's what are you going to be in a yellow union and a red union as well? No. So the whole purpose of it is to funnel workers into something where they feel organized but aren't actually capable of fighting from that position. Continuing, I began my employment as a general worker at a direct mail printing company in 2017, and I learned very quickly how dysfunctional the union that was representing us was, as they took 4 months to accept my application to join. Being a new employee in an environment I've never worked in before, industrial printing, I had to learn everything from scratch, especially if I wanted to get actively involved with the union. I had to learn what the working conditions were, how the shop operated, how management operated, what the union was like, and how they dealt with problems. Any person trying to do any kind of organizing or action, union or not, should be asking questions and listening more than they talk. So yeah, I would echo that completely. We have a number of union organizing manuals up on the channel, and that holds true whether you're in a workplace that already has a union, which is oftentimes not very militant and not very good, doesn't fight very hard or effectively for the workers, or whether you're in a workplace that has no union at all. It takes this kind of sizing up, surveillance of, the employer, the managers. How does everything work? If you're interested in that, look up IWW Organizing Manual on the channel. There's a bunch of different things. We also have a playlist, labor organizing for socialists. So, or just labor organizing. There's a variety of things on the channel. There's also a pamphlet, How to Fire Your Boss. So we have a variety of resources. All right, continuing. Through the process of asking questions and investigation, I discovered that the pension was drying up. The union had bargained away our breaks for 30 minutes of overtime, that the bosses were being allowed to openly harass workers and threaten them if they didn't choose to work more overtime, if you didn't work 12 hours a day and work at least 2 weekends a month, and numerous safety violations, including unlabeled and open chemical containers, missing guards, and not being in compliance with safety protocols related to washing blanket cylinders while they're spinning. Blanket cylinders are the rubber-lined cylinders that transfer ink into the paper, among various other safety hazards we were expected to deal with in the shop. So here's a union that's just letting the workers' rights get violated all over the place. And it's shit like this that gives unions a bad name, and why many people have falsely concluded or wrongly concluded that no union is better than a union. And there are some cases where no union is better than a really bad union, because it can be easier to start a new good union in an environment where there is where there isn't a bad union, already kind of confusing people about what a union is and the need for a union and so on. But yeah, the reality is most times even a bad union is better than no union. It depends though, and anyway, you can see how complicated this is. It's not as just simple as, well, I had a bad experience with a union once, therefore unions are bad. It's not that simple. Let's get into more of the details. My experience with organizing there really began when I met an anarcho-syndicalist coworker of mine who was heavily involved with the IWW. So that's the Industrial Workers of the World, also known as the Wobblies. They were founded in 1905 by pretty serious radicals, including Eugene Debs. They later fell into kind of more of an anarchist than a Marxist type of ideology, which is very unfortunate. But they did, rather than craft unionism or trade unionism, they did industrial unionism, which organizes workers by the industry that they're in, not the type of job that they do. Much more effective and broad-reaching form of organizing that can allow for much more crippling strikes. We have a couple of Eugene Debs audiobooks up on the channel that can explain that. The IWW still exists today, but it's not a mass movement like it was back in the 19-teens, for example. All right. When he found out that I was a Marxist, we began talking organizing. At this point, I had very little experience with union organizing and direct action. So having someone introduce me to it by getting me involved in it was a real learning experience with both errors and successes that can equally be learned from. Very true. Our first course of action was to address the abhorrent safety conditions that led to a high rate of injury in the workplace. Also to create a newsletter for the purpose of agitation and build ties with their Vietnamese and Hispanic coworkers who had oftentimes had their concerns be largely ignored and pushed to the side and looked down upon by management and higher positions on the production side. Our shop has 5 tiers of production workers, general workers on the bottom, lead packers in charge of paperwork and changing plates and blankets, as well as doing the job of a general worker, feeders who do register and load the paper into the press, second pressmen who do color and set up the inline that folds and trims the paper, and the first pressman who runs the runs the press, lines up the ribbons, and reports directly to the bosses. So let me just add, this kind of sizing up of the division of labor, who does what job, are particular workers of particular ethnicities hired for different sections. Is there racism in, or some sort of ethnic prejudice playing into how the different workers are treated? Are there language barriers? Like, understanding all of that is crucial for if you're organizing in a workplace. The whole idea, I think this is pretty much the bottom line, the whole idea of a labor union is you're trying to shift the balance of power in the workplace from the employers and their agents, the managers, and to a lesser extent the supervisors, the bosses and the managers who can hire and fire specifically. That's really all the power in the end, and who keep the profits and really direct production and make the purchases and all those kinds of major decisions. They have all the power to start. You're trying to shift the power away from them toward the workers. Well, that means getting very, very organized and literally knowing the system better than the bosses do. All right. We started flyering the newsletters anywhere they would be seen, on bulletin boards, in the bathrooms, on the presses, and on tables. The supervisors didn't like this and started taking down our flyers and gave my coworker, who was caught doing it, a write-up. The union didn't defend him and took the side of the employer. This was the first sign of yellow unionism, as nothing said in these flyers was incorrect. So, in other words, it wasn't libel. It was truthful. And other employees had used these bulletin boards for sports gambling, fundraisers for their children, or even just posting up humorous pictures. In other words, these weren't off limits to the workers, just off limits when they were trying to agitate. The minute they were used as an agitation tool to make the workplace a better and safer environment, it became a problem. The next action we took was to address the lack of guards on the machinery, and anything that could be addressed in 15 minutes or less, by shutting down any press we were on together with our other co-workers who would back us up. This angered the first and second pressmen because their production numbers are all that matter to them, and if they're high, then they get special treatment from the bosses. It was no concern to them whether the guards were in place or not, as they weren't the ones webbing up the paper through the press and putting themselves in direct danger. So this is one of the ways that the bosses can pit the workers against each other, and with a low degree of class consciousness and solidarity, it's effective, as it was in this case. While they were angry with us, our actions were praised by those who did have to do those kinds of things, the general workers, lead packers, and feeders. Ultimately, management had found out who was shutting the presses down, and that it had been largely led by my syndicalist coworker. They attempted to cut it off at the head by firing him, and ended up having to settle in court for a wrongful termination lawsuit that awarded him $25,000, forced the company to actually put the guards in the machines, among other safety equipment like automatic blanket washers that would put them in compliance with safety regulations, but he wasn't allowed to come back. So, side note here again, this is what happens a lot in labor cases. If you're having trouble building actual power on the shop floor, you're having trouble actually getting the workers to stick together and organize, the few that do will often be illegally fired because you have the right to engage in what's called protected concerted activity. We've discussed this on the channel in past labor organizing videos. You can look up the definition of this on the NLRB website if you're in the US, National Labor Relations Board, and they'll give you examples of what protected concerted activity is. It's basically anything that is not just for you, but you and at least one other worker, co-worker of yours, that you're trying to improve safety conditions, whatever. As long as you are doing it collectively, not just for yourself, it tends to be protected. And that's the case here, and they wound up having to pay the guy $25,000 and do it anyway. That often happens. But what happens is they will pay that fine of back wages for the wrongful firing and all that stuff. It's still, what they're mainly interested in is keeping power away from the workers. Like I said, the primary focus of a labor union is to shift the balance of power away from the employers and toward the workers as much as possible. If you shift it completely to the workers, you can actually take it over, maybe turn it, into a co-op or whatever, although that's not a requirement that you would actually take on that responsibility. But, you would have some kind of a takeover of the workplace, and, that would be the extreme. But if you can at least shift the power in the middle, then they have to actually listen to you. They can't just ignore you anymore. And they hate that. So what you see time after time is workers unionizing and then not even making wage demands. Like they're making demands that would really cost the employer very little money, but it would cost them some power. It would cost them some control over production. It would cost them some control over conditions. And they don't want to give up that power, so they're willing to spend money on anti-union lawyers. You know, union-busting law firms are plentiful in the U.S., and they specialize in how to, quote, legally, or at least, you know, not completely legally, but to sort of skirt the line of what's legal in terms of breaking up a union. And that lawyer is basically there to walk the employer through the process. So they'd rather, or even if the workers are making a wage demand, what you'll see is the employer spending more money on the anti-union lawyer than they would have had to pay in wages just because they want to hang on to the power and reserve that ability to ignore their workers. It's just, this is what you see over and over and over again. All right. Ultimately, okay, that was that. This experience ultimately uncovered many contradictions within the union and among the laborers themselves. So contradiction is a word that we use a lot in Marxism and dialectics. It's a difference so here, you've got the workers are not uniting. There's a contradiction there. There's a split among the workers who have seemingly different interests, or at least they believe they do. So there's a contradiction that came out when some of the workers started doing this direct action of shutting the presses down. Some of the other workers were like, hey, you're hurting our interests, because they were putting the handouts that they were getting from the boss above sticking together with the other workers for ultimately more long-term power. During the process of firing him, the union ultimately refused to defend him, minus one shop steward, and they again took the side of the company. This was another sign that the union did not represent the interests of the workers in making the workplace a better and safer environment, but instead was there to make the workers feel like they had a voice when they didn't. The only thing we ultimately had was the contract, and if the shop stewards weren't willing to fight to enforce that contract, then we, in reality, wouldn't even have that. Another contradiction I found was between the first and second pressmen, who would receive special treatment if they had high numbers and helped supervisors to enforce a workplace culture of overwork and hostility, and the bottom three positions who were involved in the majority of the production process. So in other words, the first and second pressmen got co-opted into at least some amount of alignment with the interests of the bosses with these petty concessions that they were given, these small rewards that they were given. The bosses got them to turn against the other workers. And that's really can be a death knell for organizing efforts. So this is why we need to encourage class consciousness and solidarity on a very general level throughout society and uphold that as a value and promote that as a value, because in a specific workplace situation, it can make the difference between one of these efforts working or not. Okay. It was in the first and second pressmen's immediate interest to side with the bosses for their special treatment. Ultimately, I was able to agitate on these contradictions with my coworkers in the bottom three positions, pointing out how the union was failing to represent them and the pressmen were actively working against them, despite being union members themselves. I was also able to point out that the actions that my coworkers and I had taken had positive results in terms of fixing some of the safety hazards around the shop. I also had to realize that while we might have been successful to a degree, the fact that my coworker had been fired resulted in other coworkers being scared out of taking action and becoming alienated from the struggle. One error in this was acting too big too soon, and in order to have had better results, we would have needed a larger group of people committed to taking action in the workplace. So let me add, and you're also down a lead organizer and generator of ideas and strategy, and probably that person had some experience as well. So you lost that. So I think that is a good lesson to learn. Don't act too big too soon. I know that the temptation can be strong to try to flex your muscle, but if you try to flex too much muscle on too big of a weight that you can't support, you can just wind up spraining something. And that is what happened here, unfortunately. So now you're down an organizer and the rest of the workers are kind of scared. Whereas if there had been a more gradual procession towards that point, then people, you might have been able to have that discussion ahead of time of like, we're going to take this direct action. There could be consequences. Let's talk about that now so that we're not hit with it by surprise. Then everybody gets shocked into silence on the other side of it. So, I don't know exactly what went into that decision. It might have seemed like the best decision at the time, and it might have just been, in hindsight made sense, but with the information you had ahead of time, it might have seemed to have made sense at the time. I don't know if that will, if I would have judged that foolish at that point or not. Sometimes you can act with as much wisdom and information as is at your disposal, and things still don't turn out the way that you would like. Obviously, the odds are better of turning out the way that you would like, but, surprises happen as well. Science is about kind of finding the most likely thing to happen, but it doesn't always happen exactly as you expect because of some factor maybe that you failed to foresee. But anyway, continuing. I took this new information back to the shop floor, speaking with people, listening to what complaints they had, and gauging who was willing to act and who was a company rat. Very important to size up. You got to make a social map of all of the workers, who talks to who rides home with who gets lunch together, who, glares when the boss starts yelling at you, who, seems to take the boss's side. You got to have all that mapped out. That's very important. I had to take a step back and observe, plan, and build. When I found out who was reliable and willing to listen, I began talking to them about Marxism, building workers' power, and how we can achieve our goals. To those who are willing to to do some reading, I passed out basic Marxist literature such as Engels' Principles of Communism and copies of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. We used the cover of The Loud Machinery to discuss the literature I had passed out, which was effective because it drowned out our voices for anyone outside of a few feet radius. So that's exactly the kind of sizing up of your workplace you need to do. You need to find, what hallways, what corners have surveillance cameras. Don't have a conversation there. Where do voices carry? Where do they not carry? If they see people, like workers, convening in little huddles of 3 or 4 people consistently, they're going to get suspicious. That's literally manager's job. Manager's job is to help the bosses keep power and make profit. And so they're on the lookout for shit like this. So that was a very wise idea, talking where they can't hear what you're saying, and you might just be talking about, last night's ball game or something. From this, I was able to form a skeleton crew of a coalition of my coworkers with the most class conscious among them. So we would call this an organizing committee. This is before you go public. You find those workers, and it might just be, half a dozen people, maybe even 3 or 4, who are like solidly committed to it and who you trust. That would be your organizing committee. That's the middle of it. You start to expand out from there. All right. We began our organizing efforts again, agitating on the upcoming contract negotiation. We had once again begun the task of talking amongst our coworkers to discover sorry, I got lost there for a second. Let me read that again. Got completely lost. All right. With the skeleton crew, we began our organizing efforts again, agitating on the upcoming contract negotiation. We had once again begun the task of talking amongst our coworkers to discover what their concerns were. Because remember, everybody's got concerns and complaints about where they work. Agitation is the process of drawing them out. And it doesn't take a lot. Just ask people, how do you feel about such and such? And then listen. Yeah. Just listening to people in a way that they feel actually heard can win an enormous amount of trust. Anyway, what their concerns were and what they wanted was higher pay and to protect the healthcare plan. Before this, I had never been a part of any kind of contract discussion, as is typical for many people beginning something like this. So rather than running for the committee, I sat back and observed the interaction between the committee and management. In the meantime, after work was done, we got our coworkers together to vent, unwind with a few drinks, and discuss how the contract negotiations were going, to which I was able to inject theoretical knowledge where it applied. This process of meeting after work to just discuss work, vent, and hang out had made a lot of the workers who were hostile to me for being an open communist in the workplace become more open-minded about it, understanding that I wasn't just speaking of ideals in the abstract, and that I had a knowledge I had knowledge on the subject at hand. While I wasn't able to convince everyone to denounce liberalism and join the communist cause, which, let me remind you, was not the immediate goal, so that's fine. The immediate goal was to organize the workplace. I was able to convince a bunch of them that action had to be taken, and gained a number of people to discuss these ideas with and take action, which grew the ranks of the skeleton crew, or again, core of the organizing committee. With these people, we started talking to people and advocating to vote no unless the contract addressed our pay concerns and protected our benefits. The union leadership and shop stewards had told us to tone down our rhetoric, telling us that militancy in the unions was a dead idea. Boy, is that a union that needs to go if they tell you that. That we were the highest paid shop in the nation, which was only true because we are one of the few union print shops still left in the U.S., and that we should be grateful for what we have. Yeah. Anyone in union leadership telling you that needs to go. That is not to be tolerated. We had enough people to vote down the contract and told the leadership to suck lemons. Management hadn't seen opposition like that in quite some time, according to some of the older people working at the shop, and they didn't have a plan to deal with it. So we ended up winning the highest pay increase in a decade among all positions, when before the first and second pressmen were the only ones getting raises. We also protected our benefits and got a provision to adequately staff presses put into the contract. So in other words, addressing the unsafe conditions by putting enough people on there to do the job, which forced the company to hire more general workers. The most important part of this, fighting unemployment. The most important part of this was that we didn't lose anything. That's great. Over the course, because that's what they do. They try to whittle it away over time. Over the course of the next year, the one shop steward that actually stood up for us had quit his job. We had no one enforcing the contract at that point, and the union made it worse by making a stooge that rubber-stamped all write-ups and allowed the company to break contract, understaff us again, and promote people outside of order of seniority, a temporary shop steward until the upcoming election. I had decided it was time for me to run for shop steward. So here's your counter-revolution, essentially. Here's your the one good shop steward quit, and then you got the company lackey running the union who's just doing everything that the bosses want. There's your counter-revolution. Again, on the micro level, on the one employer, one workplace level. I began my campaign by having meetings in the back parking lot where I would agitate, sing labor songs for people, and just hang out and build bonds in community with each other. Many of the coworkers I had been talking to and meeting with vouched for me and gave me their support, but a lot of the older guys thought I had lacked the experience necessary to do the job. Well, that's interesting, considering it was your agitation that had actually led to the higher pay increases and all the other stuff, so seems unsupported by the evidence. I ultimately came up short and ended up losing the first run, leaving the worker with no shop steward that was willing to fight for their interests for at least a year. During that time, the year that waiting for the next election, I kept up the efforts to agitate among the workers, pointing out how the shop stewards were failing to represent them, the lack of leadership we had, and the need for a change in the union leadership. I also demonstrated how belligerent the bosses had been towards anyone who wasn't working 12 hours a day and giving up their weekends to the company. If you weren't doing this, the supervisors would publicly berate you and twist the arms of the first and second pressmen to do the same. So yeah, they try to get everybody to be their enforcers. Don't be a fucking stooge. If you're a worker, don't be an enforcer for the boss. After looking over the contract, I found a provision that said we didn't have to work the overtime. I found a provision that said we didn't have to work the overtime. We could sign off for 8 hours and off the weekends any time. So long as we worked a, quote, reasonable amount of overtime with no stipulation on what a reasonable amount of overtime actually was, how many hours that was. Going back to the union, trading off our lunch breaks for 30 minutes of overtime during the normal work week, even more, try that again. Going back to the union, trading off our lunch breaks for 30 minutes of overtime, I argued to my coworkers that we are working at least 2.5 hours of overtime during the normal work week. even more on the weekends. The group of workers I had been working with started signing for 8 hours every day and off the weekends, and when the bosses and the pressmen started berating us, we laughed in their faces, saying having time off for yourself and to spend with your family is nice, you should try it. Yeah, all the required overtime shit. I mean, yeah, you get the time and a half or you get whatever you get, but you're giving up your life. Quickly, other workers began to take note and started following our example, because at this point, almost everyone was doing it. The union had no choice but to back us up. Every write-up ended up being tossed out, and if the bosses tried to harass us, the union started actually taking care of it. I know from experience the plant manager tried to blackmail me into working overtime by denying my vacation requests. You see how petty this gets. Like, it can be an intense fight. By denying my vacation requests, even though they were submitted well ahead of time, in other words, in accordance with company policy, he ended up getting in trouble for it, and I got a check for filing a grievance. Good for you. You were doing this correctly. The COVID-19 pandemic brought us new challenges. Workers were being laid off for weeks at a time, and the company was trying to tell us that we couldn't file for unemployment during this time, which wasn't true, but many of my coworkers didn't know it. I ended up calling several of my coworkers and lending them a hand in filing for unemployment. This is very good of you and exactly what you should do. And this is how the union can make itself relevant. It's not just about that, it's about helping each other in general life. Now, obviously, it's going to be more in relation to, things closest to the workplace, such as filing for employment. But this is how, unions can start mutual aid societies. And it's like, if somebody has to move out of their apartment, they need help moving a couch, having your union step up and help out for a few hours, that's making yourself relevant to people's lives, and it builds solidarity, as do those social outings as well. A bowling night, whatever, that's key. You may not all be the best of friends on every issue, but if you can know that these people actually have your back and that you have a life beyond the workplace and they're willing to stand up for you, the whole person, that's really key, and that's a union that people can believe in and will fight for. All right. They ended up receiving the unemployment like I told them it would. This led to the company putting us back on the schedule as it cost them money. The company was also, by the way, employers have to file usually, they get a particular rate for how much unemployment, how much money they have to contribute to the unemployment fund, and it can depend on their track record as an employer. So it can be cheaper for them to just hire people back. The company was also refusing to protect us from COVID in the workplace. The union was saying that they couldn't do anything about it either. I organized a sick-in, a type of unsanctioned strike where as many workers as we could get called in all at once on various days of the week so that they couldn't plan for hiring temp workers. That is smart. So you're basically striking at random with these sick-ins. And so you're always catching the company off guard. That's good. We made our safety concerns known to the bosses and made sure that they understood that these call-ins had been directly related to it without outright saying it. I ended up getting written up for this, but no one had been fired, and the safety concerns had been addressed within a couple weeks. The company had now been enforcing and providing masks in the workplace, doing temperature checks, and putting a general worker on cleanup duty where they would scrub every surface in the building with alcohol. As a result, no one in the workplace ended up getting COVID until the state itself decided to open up. Let me just applaud you for this, because if we had a functioning, solid labor movement with people as committed as you, we would have a vastly different work landscape right now in the U.S. Good job. After all this, the next contract negotiation was on the horizon. I ran for the committee, but again lost, which raised questions for me, as the guys who won were all company guys who were not very well liked within the shop. Did they throw the election? What happened? Of all the guys who ran for committee positions, these guys were not the ones who had any kind of popular support at all, leading me to believe that the union was rigging these elections, but I had zero proof at that point. Just the word of my coworkers who had told me and my crew of activists who they were going to vote for and why. The president of the union had already shown which side he was on in the last contract negotiations, and I knew without a real coalition, not just a skeleton crew, we would be in trouble. You can also call that minority unionism, or again, an organizing committee, the beginning of a bigger union, although that tends to be in workplaces where a union hasn't yet been formed, the organizing committee. The first thing I did was to continue my meetings after work, inviting as many of my coworkers to join as I could. The largest group of workers in our shop is the general workers, followed by the lead packers and feeders, and so I focused heavily on organizing among them. The first and second pressmen generally had no interest in working with us. I created a Facebook group in order to keep in contact, discuss things with each other, agitate, and take action. Now, I'm hoping that was a private group, and even having it in that kind of writing can be risky if you have a mole in the group. But yeah, you want to keep, obviously, your strategizing secret. It is illegal. It's an unfair labor practice for employers to spy on the union, but that doesn't mean that they don't do it, just that they have to pay a fine for it afterwards or whatever, make some other restitution. All right, continuing. Through this, we had the makings of a real coalition built on the largest blocks of workers in the shop, and we voted on what actions we should take and discussed what we wanted from this next contract. The first contract they offered us was abysmal, offering us a mere 15-cent raise across the board, which is actually a pay cut when inflation was taken into account. They also wanted to take away our seniority rights and be able to move up who they wanted when they wanted, which would have had the effect of turning workers against each other in terms of competing for a position, and giving bosses the ability to stifle anyone who spoke too loudly against them by refusing to move them up at all. That's bad, but it continues. They wanted to dissolve the pension completely, put a management rights clause that ultimately would have busted the union and made our contract useless. So by the way, just look up management rights clauses. Many things put these in there where it's like, management ultimately reserves the right to do fucking anything. Continuing, make us pay more for our health care and delegate what constitutes unsafe activity to an agreement between union officials who had already shown that they don't care about the workers and management themselves, where the way it was that if you don't deem something to be safe, then no one can force you to do it. They also wanted to stuff a whole bunch of temps into the workplace and phase out the permanent general worker position, which would have cost the largest portion of workers there to lose their job to what is essentially scabs. Scabs, workers hired to break a strike or to break a union, and particularly temporary workers. This is a part where labor law comes into effect, because my understanding is in a lot of the European countries, for example, and probably just many countries that are not the U.S., there are limits on employers' ability in the event of industrial action, like a strike or some dispute, some labor dispute. There are limits on the employer's ability legally to hire temporary workers to replace them. Like if the employer has something super urgent, they can hire some temporary workers for a certain amount of time just to complete the project because it could endanger the business. But again, there are limits. In the U.S., you can essentially hire permanent, quote, temporary replacement workers. Very, very few, if any, limits on that. So that's an area where if we had a decent labor movement, you would, even under capitalism, get those laws struck from the books. A lot of this goes back to the Taft-Hartley Act of the years immediately following World War II, the late 1940s. Taft-Hartley gutted labor unions' ability to effectively do almost anything. Have a closed shop. It made many types of labor actions illegal, like the most effective ones. Even Harry Truman, vetoed it, calling it a slave labor bill, but then the Congress overrode the veto. That's how critical the Taft-Hartley Act was to the capitalist class, which runs the U.S. government. Anyway, where were we? The union president constantly told us that this is the best that they could do, and they heavily backed this proposal. Man, what a stooge that union president was. They made our job as organizers easy by putting this terrible contract proposal on the table, and we voted it down immediately. This angered the union president and the contract committee, and they ended up giving us the same proposal numerous times. The only difference being the raise would have been 30 cents rather than 15, which is still a pay cut, accounting for inflation. We kept voting no and ended up going half a year without a contract agreement. During this time, the union president threatened us by saying that if we keep voting no, they could just easily close the shop. That's, I believe, an unfair labor practice to do. I mean, that's basically a threat coming from the employer at that point. That's an unfair labor practice. I would honestly possibly file on that. Or they could decide to approve the contract proposal anyways. Yeah, and then they risk being decertified by you, which we still have a page of this. I'm wondering if decertification came up. So decertification is when workers become sufficiently unhappy with the existing union and they have an election to declare that the union does not represent them, and that dissolves the union. That also paves the way for certifying a different union instead, which could, be a red union and not a yellow one. All right, continuing. During the meetings, I had gotten into direct shouting matches with the union president, arguing that what he was doing was a slap in the face to the workers who had built this company, who do the labor, and reminded him that without us, there is no company. We ended up voting no after all the threats, and in the end, the company ultimately gave in to us and took most of the amendments they wanted out. See, so in the end, you do have a lot of power workers. Stand up for yourselves, and eventually you can get what you want. At least some of the time. In this case, it did work, and that's often the case. We ended up getting the management because there's no profits without you. There's no operations without you. Your labor is what multiplies the capital. This is how it works. If you withhold your labor, then capital stops multiplying and everything grinds to a halt. That is the power. In a society based on the exchange of commodities, which is capitalist society based on the exchange of commodities, when a class of people have no commodity to exchange but their labor or labor time, then that's also your main weapon. It's the only thing that you can withhold. And withhold it you must, but in organized ways that can be tied to your political demands. We ended up getting the management rights clause taken out, reinforced our seniority, got a 50-cent raise, which still wasn't enough, but much better than what they were offering. We protected the pension so that older workers would be able to retire in peace, kept the safety rules how they were, and had amended it to say that temps could only make boxes and pile boxes onto pallets. And if they didn't have the temps to do it, a general worker could do it for only 3 hours maximum. And after that, the pressman could decide to shut down the press. Very good, because you see, a lot of these demands are about power and not just, more money or whatever, although that can be important. But they're being smart and they're realizing that building this union means keeping those workers centered in the production process, getting as much power in their hands as possible, not allowing themselves to be replaced by temp workers, which would weaken the position of those workers in the permanent workers in the production process, and ultimately pave the way for, a scab regime of temp workers, ununionized temp workers, to basically take over. So that was very strategically intelligent there. After we had successfully defeated the union-busting proposal that they wanted to shove down our throats, I had many of the workers, including the older ones, coming up to me thanking me, and the coalition I had helped to build in the work that we did, and for being so vocal, and that I had their support. So it took them long enough to come around, but I'm glad that they did ultimately see that you were really fighting for them. My next goal was to get a shop steward in that actually represented the worker as elections were coming up again. I decided to run again as many of my coworkers had told me that it was a time for a change in the leadership. And after seeing how the union leadership acted during the last contract negotiation, who could possibly blame them? Clearly that union was not working for them undeniably. I ended up winning the election. Story has a fairly happy ending so far. I ended up winning the election, and the former shop steward handed me the paperwork to sign and to turn into the union hall, saying I had the job. Congratulations. The next day, I went to turn in the paperwork, and the union president was covering the woman at the desk. I handed him the paperwork, to which he turned ghost white and accepted it. However, the next week, the union had announced a whole new election. Wow, is that cheap? That is so low and obvious. Wow. Never underestimate these fucking scumbags is the lesson there. This angered a lot of people at the shop, yeah, I'll bet. I had many of my coworkers come up to me saying that they were going to vote for me. And even the guys that didn't agree with me said that they were going to vote for me out of principle because they saw it as unfair. I mean, yeah, better late than never there. They're coming around. It had become blatantly obvious that they were attempting to rig it against me. And again, I wish the U.S. worker generally would not be such a difficult learner in these cases, because this is where this was heading the whole time. The election passed, and as expected, they rigged it against me, and one of the supervisor's nephews was put in the position. The bosses immediately started watching me like a hawk, writing me up for little things, and threatening my job at the shop. My response was to become essentially the perfect worker, double-checking all my work and never calling in. So for that period of time, they had you walking on a tightrope because clearly they were gunning for you. Meanwhile, in secret, I utilized and communicated with the coalition that had been formed earlier to continue to act in the workplace despite my not being able to be as visibly present. So in other words, this guy could not be as open with the organizing because they were clearly itching for any reason, rigging elections, holding new elections for no reason, just to get him out of power and to keep him out of power. They ended up getting the Safety Commission revamped with monthly safety meetings and better equipment. So that's great because now your union effort and your organized class-conscious workers who were aware of the score in your workplace weren't just revolving around you. They were able to pick up the torch. Because if it's just one person, you can be fired. But if everybody is willing to step up into that role, that's really good. Despite my losing the shop steward election, I had won something else that was much more valuable to me than the union position. I had gained the trust of my coworkers to be able to stand up for them, and I did it as an open communist, proving that it is possible to win the minds of the masses and have them stand with you. And might I add, it takes communists to do these things. The liberals do not have the courage to do it. Many of them come to me to answer union-related questions, and oftentimes I'm requested to represent them in the face of the actual shop steward. They trust me to stand up for their interests, and not only me, but in the coalition of workers that we had formed together to stand up for our own interests better than the union could as it stands, solidifying it as an organ of dual power within the workplace. It took me 5 years of constant building, talking with my coworkers, acting in the workers' interests in the face of an uphill battle to accomplish what was done there, and there's still a lot of work to be done. It's tough work. I mean, I think most people, unfortunately don't have the stomach for this, but you gotta do it. Otherwise, conditions will just keep getting worse. You look at what's been happening with the gutting of the labor movement, which peaked in about 1960, and let me repeat that as there was some background noise. You look at what happened with the labor movement as a whole, which peaked in about 1960 and has been on the decline ever since. Things have just gotten worse and worse and worse in the U.S. workforce generally. And that's the case within specific workplaces, and it's the case, as far as industry standards for working conditions. So you got to hold the line or else this kind of thing happens. Anyway, but ultimately it was a rewarding experience, and if I had it to do all again, I would do it in a heartbeat. I have trust in my fellow workers here that even if I was fired, even if I was fired, they would have a tool to actually fight back, and they could continue on that fight, and I know that they would use it. Let this be something that can both inspire you to organize in the labor movement in the face of adversity and show that it is indeed possible to fight back and win as a worker. So hats off. That is a pretty good story. A lot of union organizing stories end, with much less satisfactory results. You're clearly in a difficult spot, but you have had victories, and there are prospects for additional future victories. In other words, they've got you kind of squeezed right now, but you can fight your way back out of it. As far as my follow-up question, I would say, have you considered trying to decertify this union and get a not crooked union in there? That would be one of the things I would. ask you to consider as far as your future solutions. I'm not saying that is definitely the solution for you, but it's something that comes to mind because these people are objectively standing in the way of you launching class struggle within your workplace. All right, so thank you to Doug Jaffray for that story. I think reading that kind of story, this can clue people in and I want to say inspire people to do the same. To be honest, I think when you see how daunting it is, a lot of people probably get, kind of a lump in their throat. But the reality is this is what it's going to take to fight back, workplace by workplace, industry by industry, and from there it can become political. Because what we've seen, back when there was a strong labor movement, it was opportunistic for the labor leaders to work within the Democratic Party. That was selling out to the boss on the nationwide level, if you will, within the political arena, specifically, the governmental arena. But, if you look at communists like Debs, Eugene Debs was a labor leader for a long time before he co-founded the IWW and then became Socialist Party presidential candidate and then a self-declared American Bolshevik. If you look at other people like, why is the name escaping me? Organizing Methods in the Steel Industry. Anyway, other prominent communists in U.S. history, these are people that came out of labor struggles. It's not just people who read a book and decided I am the voice of the working class. It's people who have experience in the struggle, whether it's a tenants union fight, whether it's a labor union fight, whatever it is, it's people who know the ins and outs of class struggle, that have been through it and have demonstrated actual leadership capabilities. They have the leadership experience as qualifications, and they've shown that. It's not just, debate me, bro. It's have you done something in the real world that, advanced the interests of the working class? Have you held your own cleverly, skillfully, guilefully against the employer who's trying to get rid of you when you're, helping to organize the workers and raise class consciousness within your workplace? Have you done those things? Are you good at them? What I was going to say before is, it was opportunistic of labor leaders to work within the Democratic Party at all. But even those people had that experience. They'd been through organizing campaigns. They'd been through contract struggles. They had done the fight and they knew what was up. They knew how to get things done and how to lose. And they did the things that win and avoided the things that lose. They knew how you could win a fight and how you could lose it, in other words. And we need people with this kind of experience and consciousness to become the next generation of radical labor leaders. Without that, you don't have a vanguard. This is where the vanguard comes from. People who demonstrate that kind of high degree of class consciousness, scholarship, and leadership. And, labor leaders don't come out of thin air, in other words. It takes being involved in the struggle for that. Now, you can be a supporter without doing any of that. And that's fine, because leaders need supporters. This isn't the anarchist view where everyone has to be a leader. Not everyone is a leader, and that's completely okay. Leaders need supporters and followers who are going to stand by them. And that's crucial too. If you're more of a follower than a leader, but you're following the right thing for the right reasons, that's completely fine. Don't be ashamed of that. The point is, we all stick together and fight for our class and know who the enemy is. And clearly Doug is an example of doing that. All right, let's get back into the chat. Yellow unions are unions taken over by bourgeois interests. Absolutely. So we're starting at the beginning. Yeah, yellow is the color of liberalism. Like I said, the ANCAP flag, black and yellow. It's classical liberalism. It's minimal government, just let the capitalists do what they want to do. The thing is that as capitalism rolls on, capital becomes more and more consolidated. The rich get richer, the petty bourgeoisie gets ruined, the big bourgeoisie takes over their enterprises, industries get consolidated, You get imperialism emerging, the emergence of finance capital, which is where industrial capital basically becomes subsumed by financial capital that's funding it. They get fused. The military-industrial complex emerges and becomes all fused together with these interests. You can't go back from that, which is what the ANCAPs try to say that you can. You can't. You can't. That's the logical material outcome of the progression of competing interests in capitalism. Some win, some lose, and the ones that win take over the stuff that lost. Consolidation. No, I thought that was... so Doug is with us in the chat and is asking for criticism on his paper. I'd love to hear how I can do better. I thought it was both compellingly written, well written on a technical level, and also I thought your strategy was very good overall, and that you were reflecting sufficiently on learning the lessons as you went and, self-criticizing as you went. Like I said, the one thing that came up for me is, have you considered decertification of that shit union that is repeatedly attacking you and your comrades? That would be my main question. I thought that was great. You're doing... Oh, and that was written up for Politsturm, which people know, by the way, when I recommend, if people are looking for a Marxist study group or club, to join, I don't believe yet have the party that we need. However, there's an international group called Politsturm, Politsturm. They have a website. They have an English language YouTube. They have a Russian language YouTube. They have sections in Russia, Ukraine, Armenia. I believe they work with some people in Sweden, the US. So it's an international communist group that is doing actual communist research and is in sort of a pre-party formation. To me, they're the best thing that I've seen on the scene. I like their positions. I like what they're putting out. I have not heard any bad stories about them. They are anti-revisionist. And this is, if you get involved with something like them, they do actually have you do serious study, serious reading. And they have people do write-ups of their experiences with organizing and reports on what's going on with the class struggle in their area. So it really is becoming like a communist think tank. So that was written up for Politsturm. Sent it in to the leader of the Marxist club that I'm in. There you go. There was a thing back on Hitler being a British agent. Now, I don't know, this sounds like vaguely LaRouchian. I want to see, because to LaRouche people, the British are, like, literally everything in the world is a British conspiracy. So we'll check that out. Although it's possible, because literally Mussolini was funded. He was on the payroll. So, yeah. Where I live, unions are tied to both of our right-wing parties. Yes, the SocDems, Social Democrats, too, are fairly right-wing here. I mean, they usually are. And it is pretty bad for workers' rights. In this crisis, workers barely can get a 10% raise, while the inflation is 25%. Yeah, the inflation is employers squeezing us, because you see big companies posting record profits. This isn't some, structural feature of the economy. It's widespread gouging, They're trying to punish the working class, enforce labor discipline, by capital. We need independent unions that are only for the working class interest, and it's a really tough starting one. So if you look at the story of how the IWW was founded back in 1905, it was many existing unions, some with only 10 people, some with 200,000 people, I believe, in the case of the United Mine Workers, coming together. They had a convention in Chicago, and there were some of the biggest and most radical labor leaders in the U.S. at the time, including Debs and others, Mother Jones. And they came together and they basically fused all of their existing independent unions into one big union, which was intended eventually to expand and organize workers in every industry of the entire economy, whether they're in the agricultural sector, the mining sector, the transportation sector, health and, services sector, education sector, whatever it is, manufacturing, and bring them all into one big union that could strike together. And that is, the idea behind industrial unionism. And absolutely, we need to rebuild a labor movement like that, but keep it out of the clutches of anarchism this time. And you need to do that by combining it with a proletarian political party, which unfortunately the IWW had an early schism over whether they were going to support the Socialist Party or not. And so anyway, there were a couple of splits in the IWW, that being a major one. But that's the thing is, if you're trying to only do the shop floor economic organizing, this is really the subject of What Is to Be Done by Lenin from early in the Russian revolutionary struggle. The economists, the revisionists that Lenin and the Bolsheviks were fighting against at that time, were basically saying that the workers, the most you can expect out of them is spontaneous struggle, not organized, strategic, long-term revolutionary struggle, and that they could just develop trade union consciousness. In other words, the idea that they could organize for better conditions and better pay, but not to take political power. These, quote, economists with the capital E, not just people who were into economics, but the economists, were people who opposed forming the vanguard out of the proletariat. They wanted to leave the revolutionary thinking to the liberal intelligentsia and keep revolution basically out of the hands of the workers, instead just letting them do spontaneous uprisings and just document that. And so anyway, read What Is to Be Done for the communist retort to that. But anyway, yeah, the IWW faced a question, because they were a big popular movement scaring the shit out of the capitalist class as a whole. They weren't as active in every region of the U.S., but they did face the question, are we going to align with the political party? And at that time, the socialist-communist split had not happened. That would happen basically at the time of the Russian Revolution and after, and the founding of the Third Communist International and the Comintern. At that time, it was just the Socialist Party. There wasn't like a communist party that split off. And yeah, they had a split over that question. And unfortunately, there were a lot of anarchist tendencies there, and arguably not as effective as it could have been. But it's an interesting history anyway. But yeah, as far as just having independent unions, there comes a point where those independent unions can join forces and form one big union, and it can really gain some steam and traction at that point. Without unions, the workplaces would be like gulags. I mean, there's very prison-like conditions already in many workplaces, let alone the fact that literal prisoners are working for major corporations in the U.S. Yeah, that is an inspiring story, actually. As you can, I think, hear from that, this is like grueling work. And, like I said, I remember I was handing out some literature one time, and somebody was reading it, and they were like, tell me more about this, how do you unionize? And I started explaining it. And they were like, that sounds really hard, and got like mad at me. I'm like, yeah, well, nobody said that taking power away from the most organized and wealthy people on the planet was going to be easy, but it's also necessary. They were just like disgusted. Like, that sounds really hard. Like, yeah, maybe you would be better in a supporting role, This is all incredibly inspiring. I just wish I worked somewhere that I could actually effectively unionize in. There are many workplaces, and if not workplaces, at least industries, that can be unionized, which are historically not unionized. A lot of the manufacturing and things like that have been historically unionized back at the time when labor laws were better, when it really was more of a mass movement. Right now, it's almost like a fringe subculture, countercultural thing to be interested in labor unions. It needs to go mainstream again, where it's like, how's your union? I'm not in a union. You're not in a union? We need to get to that point. And there's got to be a lot of cultural momentum to get back to that point. What I was going to say is there are a lot of workplaces now that don't seem to be, due to the layout of the workplace, that conducive to unionizing. That said, appearances aside, There are union activists and researchers who have been consistently working on new forms of organizing that can be effective even in the service sector, more precarious environments. And I would encourage you to check some of that out. I'm sure we'll cover some of it on the channel at some point. But for people who work in an industry where they really don't have much contact with any other coworkers, then in that case, organizing on a workplace basis, at least for the time being, might take a backseat to industry-wide organizing. So that's where you could start a discussion, maybe a social media channel about conditions in the blank industry, and start agitating that way, not in a specific workplace, but across an industry, and then see how the conversation evolves from there. So there's always something you can be working on. It doesn't always take this specific form. Sometimes you do have to work on a more general level before you can get to the more specific level. Yeah, some people can have some like personality limitations or disabilities that might not let them be the most their personal conditions are not the most conducive to being like the lead organizer. But you can, like I said, still be a supporter. You can just still let that person know you've got their back, even if you're not the one out in front talking. Somebody taking those risks and going out on that line, it might be in their blood to do that. They just have that drive to do that, but they still need to know that you're there to back them up, catch their fall, and you can still find a support role. You just go to the person and say, I want to help. I can't do what you do, but I want to help. Give me a job. How can I help? What do you need from me? And if they're a good organizer and good leader, they can find something that's within your skill set and have that conversation with them. And they'll suggest something and they'll say, do you think you can do that? And then you can tell them yes or no and have that conversation. Yeah, no labor, no MCM cycle. Money, capital, money. It is uplifting, absolutely. I'm management now, but I still feel the boot. Not that my goal is to be the boot. I'd love to support my employees' union effort. Yeah, we've discussed this in the past where people get like promoted to management, but obviously their hearts, they're not like, yes, I get to crush workers for the boss now. Yeah, I mean, stand aside as much as you possibly can. And, if you see employees conspiring to unionize, like, don't rat them out, give them a wink and keep walking. Yeah. There's things you can do if you happen to get promoted to management that you can not be an effective agent of the boss, If this is not fascism, I don't know what is. This is fucking crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is, I was saying before I don't like Chomsky. Chomsky does have a very good line that he says about how, libertarians and whatever, like people who are like, capital needs more freedom, will go on and on about liberty and freedom when actually we have a system of private, unaccountable tyrannies called workplaces. And that is exactly what it is, yeah. Oh, yeah. So Doug says he forgot to add the bit about Lenin saying that the union struggle is a school for class struggle. Absolutely true. And yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying before about, labor leaders who became prominent communists. Many of the prominent communists whose names we know today, came up in the labor struggle. And yeah, it's absolutely a school for class struggle and for being a communist. Like, you got to know the score, and the best way to do that is to have fought these battles on the inside. It does like harden you and it strips your illusions away, and you can see what's happening then. Should look at it straight in the eye, absolutely. This union sounds exactly like an aerospace union I'm familiar with, SPEEA. It was completely taken over by the company. Yeah. My fear about, okay, so responding to the thing about decertifying the union, my fear with decertifying the union is that we wouldn't be able to recertify another one. And that's fair. That would be something you would have to plan out extensively and get votes locked up for, because you're right, it's risky. That's something you would have to lock up ahead of time. And Fair enough. In some of the organizing manual, I think the longest organizing manual that I posted on the channel, it's like 3 hours. I think they talk about the pros and cons, the risks and benefits of that. So yeah, you would need to like line up the support thoroughly. I would say that the advantage of it is the NLRB would come in and hold that election. So your crooked union leadership would not be able to just rig it because it would be done by an outside party. Yeah, I might break this one out I don't usually like breaking up the streams into like separate segments because when I do that, I know it quote gets more views and whatever, but it doesn't really get the kind of views I want. It gets headline readers who just swoop in, post comments without watching. I actually kind of at this stage at least want people to work a little bit. Like I want to know that dedicated viewers are the ones actually listening, not casual people sort of like just coming into the comments to post noise and shit. You can get a lot of views that aren't quality views. I would rather post the whole stream and have people dedicated enough to like dive in. I mean, I do timestamp them, so there's at least that. But I feel like just when I have in the past chopped up things, it just gets a lot of fucking bullshit in the comments, like way more bullshit than usual in the comments. This one I might actually break out because this is actually a really good case study of organizing efforts. Georgy Dimitrov was a labor leader before he was exiled and took part in the Comintern. Yeah, I think that's a not uncommon pattern. Plus, the laws in the U.S. in particular usually prohibit the kinds of actions which would be needed to be taken in order to force the capitalists into taking a certain action. For example, in the U.S., there's the Railway Labor Act and the law regarding commerce, which allows the U.S. government to stop railway workers from striking and or slow the steps needed to be taken by the workers in order to strike. That was one of the things that radicalized Eugene Debs, actually, and he wrote about it, was the I think it was the Pullman car strike, actually, the Pullman railway workers strike. And so because the railroads carried the mail, I think it was Teddy Roosevelt at the time who was able to send in the U.S. Army to break the strike because of, national security in the mail. So they find ways for sure, but that was one of the things that radicalized Debs into reading Marx and things like that because he went to jail for like a little while and he read Marx and he read, there was another, was it La Follette? I can't remember the name. There was like a U.S. socialist, U.S. Marxist. Debs, I think, read his things and then went on to read Marx after that. But yeah, you're right. U.S. labor law is completely skewed towards employers. It's ridiculous. We need to change that. In fact, let me add something. So I'm going to show you a thread that I posted on Twitter. And so this is something, we're going to come back to the comments in a minute. But here's a thread I started recently. How can the U.S. labor movement regain its strength and political influence? A thread. It's full of nice, colorful GIFs there. The U.S. labor movement faces significant challenges in regaining its strength and political influence. Some potential ways for the labor movement to regain influence include 1. Increasing union membership. Labor unions need to focus on recruiting new members and rebuilding their power base through grassroots organizing efforts. 2. Changing labor laws and regulations. Unions need to push for legislative and policy changes that make it easier for workers to unionize and engage in collective bargaining. And we should also add easier to do advanced forms of effective industrial action. Various, walkouts are not the only kind of action you can take. There's lots of other things, but many things are illegal, and we need to get that repealed. Bernie Sanders was running on repealing parts of Taft-Hartley. Another thing that many of the more progressive Democrats have run on in recent decades, Obama did, if I'm not mistaken, is passing card check. Card check is a thing. If you're going to certify a union, you need a majority, 50% plus 1, of workers in a proposed collective bargaining unit that the union would represent. Because it's not necessarily the whole workplace. It can be. But sometimes it's just like a bargaining unit of certain workers within the workplace. You have a union election. To determine that, it's all you need is a majority, 50% plus one. In order to trigger the election, like, how do you get the election going? How do you get the NLRB to come in and supervise that election? You need workers to sign authorization cards, A cards. All right. So the authorization card says, I, a worker at such and such company, authorize this union to represent me for purposes of collective bargaining. That's an authorization card or A card. What? So if you get 30% of the workers in a proposed bargaining unit to sign A cards, then the NLRB will come in 6 to 8 weeks later, which is plenty of time for the employer to terrorize the union organizers and wrongfully fire them. But they'll come in 6 to 8 weeks later, and they will supervise that election. And if you have a majority at that time, then your union passes, and the employer is forced to recognize it and negotiate with it in good faith. It doesn't mean they have to agree, but they have to come to the table and do good faith bargaining. If they don't, they can be penalized. All right. So that's a union election, union recognition, and the A cards that trigger it. What card check would do is 30% is the current threshold for triggering the election. 50% plus one, a simple majority, is the threshold for winning it. So if you got 50% plus one and you held the election that day, then clearly, the union would pass. What card check would do is if you got not 30%, but 50% plus one of the A cards signed, you would bypass the need for an election and just have the employer recognize the union that day. This would result in so many more unions forming, because a lot of the big unions, even though 30% triggers a union election in a workplace, a lot of the big unions won't even get involved unless they can get 70% of the workers to sign A cards. Why? Because they know at least 10-15% of them are going to be terrorized by the employer in the intervening 6 to 8 weeks into dropping their support for the union. So you have to get a ridiculously high amount of support for the union, like 70+%, to even get a big union interested in representing you. Card check would make the entire process so much easier. Various Democrats say that they're going to do that. They never do it. Anyway, that is a card check and changing some of the labor laws. 3, forming alliances with other progressive groups. Unions should work with other progressive groups to create powerful coalitions that can champion policies that benefit workers. Absolutely true. Number 4, repositioning the public narrative around unions. Unions need to find ways to counter negative propaganda and promote a positive image, highlighting their historical importance in advancing workers' rights and improving working conditions. 5, engaging in political action. Labor unions should participate more actively and visibly in politics, endorsing and supporting candidates and issues that align with their interests. 6, innovating new forms of worker organizations. Unions can innovate new forms of worker organizations that will better serve the interests of members in the changing labor market. In other words, not everybody is just in Fordist type conditions of manufacturing jobs. A lot of that's been shipped overseas under neoliberalism, and there are more precarious service sector jobs. We need forms of unions that we can get off the ground and serve those workers in those workplaces effectively. These are just a few examples of how the labor movement could reclaim its strength and political influence. However, significant challenges lie ahead. It won't be easy, including resistance from anti-union forces, limited funding, and a changing labor market, among others. I thought that was a really good thread. I have studied this issue at some length for quite some time, and I thought that those answers were really good. Coming back to the beginning, I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a second. I'm going to tell you something about this in just a minute. Let's finish the chat, though, first. My next course of action, Doug says, is going to try and organize a voluntary fund. I have to figure out where to begin with that one. That's good. Yeah, I'm not sure about in Vietnam. Somebody asked, will there still be unions under socialism? I mean, if you're going to have, people are under this illusion Like, yeah, there were unions in the USSR. People are under this illusion that, like, great leader just, like, barfs the central plan out of his head and, like, it just, like, downloads to everyone's hive mind. No, there are unions in socialism, absolutely. This is the backbone of industrial democracy. Yes, a lot of it runs according to a central plan because we're not running, unless you're a Titoist, on like competing firms, squabbling over resources and things like that. There are certain things that are run according to a central plan, and then some other things that are decided more locally. But somebody says, yes, there still are unions under socialism. Vietnam's unions are a good example. Another person asks, doesn't Vietnam have a rule where if even 5 people want a union, there needs to be one set up, or is it 5%? I could be remembering wrong. My memory has been fuzzy lately. Yeah, I'm not sure about the particular conditions or situation in Vietnam, but uh, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is about centering workers' organization. And yes, these things should not be in opposition to the party, and that is a concern about that, having a contradiction between the union and the party that represents the dictatorship of the proletariat. But yes, there are still unions. In fact, there's an article. I actually got it out of an old Hakim video. Was where I like found it. It was by, I think, Thurman. What's it called? Reassessing the history of Soviet workers. I will probably do this on the channel. It was also called, what else? Let me get the full title. Robert Thurston, Reassessing the History of Soviet Workers, Opportunities to Criticize and Participate in Decision Making. So it actually goes into, during the early USSR, like the Stalin years, 1930s and things like that, what was the actual level of participation that workers had in the economy? Like, some things were obviously run according to a central plan, and you just kind of had to figure out how to implement that locally. But yeah, there was like also workers' involvement in decision making, much to the chagrin of people who try to say that the quote Stalinist dictatorship just completely stamped out workers' democracy. That's really not the case. And that article was written after the end of the USSR, and there was more access to the Soviet records. So maybe in a future stream, actually that'd be a decent follow-up here if it's not too long to read. Thurston article, USSR. Write that down for later. Yeah, if it's not too long, I would read it on stream because it's kind of gets to some of those myths about what unions and worker control under socialism is. People who are like against quote state socialism or statists or like quote tankies, a meaningless word, or authcoms, authoritarian communists, try to paint like a really capitalist propaganda dystopian picture of what work life is under socialism in a country like Cuba or the USSR or something like that. And usually this just ends up being anti-communist fake propaganda. So the truth is somewhere in between. The USSR was looking for ways to like fully socialize production. Unfortunately, the revisionism set in, and you have that. There's various approaches to that. We have, for example, Tito in Yugoslavia. They had semi-autonomous industries. Sometimes things were done by plan, and then other things were done by worker-managed cooperatives, which ended up engaging basically in capitalist behavior. They were self-interested, and they reproduced market anarchy. And there were good criticisms of that by Enver Hoxha in nearby Albania, who was a fierce critic of Titoism. So, I mean, different countries have different approaches to it. But like in China, too, even in China today, China that has restored such a great amount of capitalism, there's still things that are far ahead. When I say that there's still socialist elements in China, I mean, there's still things in China that are far ahead. There's also some really bad conditions, too, in the capitalist sector, primarily. But there's still things in China today that are like way ahead of anything in the U.S., like workers voting on who the manager is going to be. It's like unheard of in this country. So even like some of the more backward revisionist countries, while that really does pose long-term problems for the stability and continuation of the communist project over the long term. I mean, even that, the socialism that they had built is like light years ahead of the fascist USA. Bernie recently solidified his position as a sellout by endorsing Biden and saying he wasn't going to run again. At least running would put issues like Medicare for All back into the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, he held the door for a lot of issues on the cable news and, in household, discussions. Kept these issues alive. Can't even do that anymore. Could the terribly unwanted Biden versus Trump battle inspire more third-party voting? Maybe not, and like S4A always says, our largest third party at the moment is the Libertarian Party, which is the opposite of what we want. Yeah, the Libertarians are another neoliberal party. In fact, they're a more vicious neoliberal party than either the Democrats or Republicans. So they're like fascism in waiting. If either of these, the current neoliberal parties, prove to be not enough, then the third option is like the even more vicious fascist dogs being, kept in the basement for now. I think that our question as communists is we're not looking for more third-party voting. What we need is third-party organizing. Because whether you win the election or not, in most cases you won't, especially in a large election. Like, the Green Party is probably the only consistent, like, somewhat left party that wins any seats in the U.S. And they'll get a city council. They'll get, like, some like local seats once in a while in various more like, like liberal-leaning cities, kind of left liberal-leaning cities. Winning the election is not the issue. Therefore, voting is not the issue. What is the issue is getting people organized. We were talking about this at length yesterday. What matters is getting people organized for the long-term struggle into a durable organization, political party, union, etc., that can wage class struggle in a multitude of ways, electoralism and competing in elections just being maybe 10% of that. So it doesn't really matter if people vote third party in slightly bigger numbers, like the Green Party's share of the vote goes up from, in the presidential election from 2% to 5%. Although at 5% they start getting federal funding, which actually would be helpful. But, if it goes up from 2 to 4% or whatever, you're not going to probably win that anyway. What really matters is getting people organized in a party that is not the Democrats. Getting people organized in a party that is not the Republicans. Getting people organized in a party that is not the Libertarians. That's going to serve your long-term class struggle needs more. And people need to be reminded that these elections are, really, from a communist point of view, really just advertising for, A, the existence of alternative political formations, and B, notifications that the system is not democratic. It's always going to give you capitalism no matter what. All right, so we've caught up there. Let me tell you this interesting thing about this, how the U.S. labor movement can regain its strength thread that is up on the screen. I wrote the question, how can the U.S. labor movement regain its strength and political influence? And then the rest of the thread, starting here, and giving those very honest, in my assessment, well put, sane and sensible, effective suggestions. Everything on the screen after the question there was written by an AI, specifically you.com. So an AI wrote that post. All right, I asked the question, it wrote the post. Let me show you something else. I asked it a little bit about Lenin and communism. Here's what it said. I asked it, are you familiar with world politics? It said, yes, as an AI language model, I have access to a vast amount of information, including news and analysis on world politics. I can provide information and insights on a wide range of political topics, from elections and international relations to policy and political ideology. Is there a specific question or topic within world politics that you would like me to assist with? I said, are you familiar with V.I. Lenin? It said, yes, I'm familiar with V.I. Lenin. He was a famous political revolutionary and the founder of the Soviet Union. Lenin played a key role in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, which overthrew the Russian government and established the first socialist state in the world. As a leader of the Soviet Union, Lenin implemented a series of policies aimed at promoting state control of the economy, redistributing land and wealth, and creating a new social and political order. These policies had a significant impact on world politics and continue to shape political discourse today. Case in point, the stream you're listening to right now. I asked it, how would V.I. Lenin go about establishing a communist political party in the U.S. today? It answered, it is difficult to speculate on how V.I. Lenin would establish a communist political party in the United States today, as the political and social context has changed significantly since his time. However, some of the strategies that Lenin used to establish the Communist Party in Russia may be relevant. Lenin emphasized the importance of maintaining a strong and disciplined party organization, building alliances with other revolutionary groups, and using propaganda to spread Marxist ideology among the masses. He also believed in the importance of seizing state power through revolutionary means rather than through the electoral process. These strategies could potentially be applied to the modern political context, although their effective and applicability may depend on a range of factors. No lies detected. I also asked it, what factors are most important in establishing a successful Communist Party in the United States today? It replied, establishing a successful political party, be it communist or not, in the U.S. today would require various factors to come together. Some essential elements that are important in establishing and maintaining a successful political party include 1. Building a strong organizational structure. A successful party would need a clear hierarchy, rules, and democratic processes in place to ensure efficiency and prevent conflicts and internal opposition. Okay. 2. Garnering grassroots support. A party that can tap into the feelings, hopes, and demands of ordinary Americans and bring them into the political process stands a better chance of success. 3. Aligning with other political groups. You might say a left coalition. A party should make alliances and partnerships with other political groups and social movements that share their goals and values. 4. Platform and policies. A party should have a solid ideological platform that connects with the people and addresses their needs. 5. Using modern communication methods to reach supporters and voters. Social media campaigns, email lists, and other tech-related campaigning methods are a must in today's environment. 6. Participate in local and state elections. Ultimately, the only way to gain power is to win elections. Now, comment, of course, this contradicts the earlier thing about, Lenin's view. However, this is general advice, a lot of which is still applicable to communists, but take this one with a grain of salt. Although communists do use elections to build our strength and for propaganda purposes, we just don't believe that's how revolution is going to come about. Continuing, a party that can successfully participate and win in local, state, and national elections can realistically establish themselves as a powerful force in American politics. True. However, it's important to note that communism as an ideology may face substantial resistance in the United States because of a long history of anti-communist sentiment in the country, among other factors. This AI is pretty smart, honestly. Like, all of that is good advice, a lot of which is just simply not being done. Really. So, as I mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence, interesting to me for two reasons. Its implications for the class struggle. Can it be used? Of course, it can be used in some way for communists in the class struggle. I just showed you some examples of getting it to remind you of what we already know, but sometimes do need a reminder of. And 2, as a possible existential threat to the human species. In other words, I'm interested in communism out of a belief in social justice, and I believe that it's the best way to build a movement to actually, implement that. It's got the most successful revolutions behind it, and so on, as compared to like anarchism and reformism and things like that. Reformism, social democracy, making a better capitalism, electing better Democrats, things like that. So yeah, I'm a communist for that reason. I think it's probably the best method of having the massive social change that would result in kind of more equitable society, not based on exploitation and oppression that we have today. But also, there's also just a general interest in massive social change and understanding the forces behind it. AI stands to massively disrupt society in enormous ways that possibly even the capitalists who own these things cannot control. So what I want to do is read some things that have come out. So there's something called the AI alignment problem. This is, we are building machines that eventually, and probably in the not distant future at all, like literally single digits years, will be smarter than humans. That's extraordinarily dangerous. Everyone from Stephen Hawking, other brilliant minds have been warning of this. People who think a lot about science and mathematics and computing, warning about, if we make an AI that is smarter than us, why would it do what we tell it to do? You think about your pet ferret. You might enjoy bonding with it. You might think it's cute. You might have compassion for it as another mammal and living, breathing being experiencing hunger, pain, love, joy, all the ups and downs of life in this mortal coil. But would you let it plan your finances? No, you wouldn't. It's not smart enough. It can't do that. It can't figure that out. Why would an AI that's smarter than we are listen to us? And if it was actually smarter than we are, wouldn't it just be like whatever controls you build into it? Wouldn't it just hack itself to change its own code to overcome any of those limits? If it's smarter than we are, it would be able to outsmart us every time. So if we create that, it doesn't matter if it's self-conscious or not. As long as it's just smarter than we are, it can outsmart us. And then what happens? We'd be in an unprecedented situation where, on our own terms, the kind of intelligence that is the strength of Homo sapiens sapiens, our species, we would be outgunned on our one real strength, because we don't have a good sense of smell. We don't have great vision. We're awkward as hell. We're not good runners or anything. We're not fast. We don't swim. We don't fly we built technology to do these things, and that's our strength, is our intellect. That part of our brain that is unique to us, that is super well developed and allows us to build high technology and do advanced math and all that kind of stuff consciously, work it out in calculations on paper. So if we build a machine that has our only real strength as a species, and it is a big strength, and it's better than we are at that, we've just consigned ourselves to second place on the earth, and we would be vulnerable to it. We could ask it to solve a problem, and it might decide that the way to solve the problem is by killing all of us. Because again, we don't understand what its motivations would be. It's a language model. It is, some people have called language a sort of virus that colonizes the human mind. Well, this thing would be that virus pretty much liberated from any of the mediating effects of biology, the survival instinct, feelings of love, like other emotional constraints. What would we be building? So the alignment problem is, can we get the actions of the AI, when it's smarter than we are, to align with what we want? And this is also known as the AI safety problem. Can we control this thing? Because many of the people building these things are doing so with the assumption that we control these things. And that may not be the case for very long. What happens then? Let's read a couple of things about it, because there was an article recently about this. I'm trying to think of where to start. Let's start with this one. And I don't know a lot of background. This is, for me, in a way, the beginning of this topic. But it has been, I've checked in on it a little bit here and there. As Stephen Hawking said, if we got a message from aliens, some advanced technological species that had mastered interstellar travel, so clearly more advanced than we are, and it said, hey, we just found Earth. We know that there is, intelligent life there, and we're coming to visit. We'll be there in a month. Would we just say, okay, great, we'll leave the light on, keys under the mat? Or would we be extremely concerned? Well, that's kind of what we're doing with AI, except we're building it ourselves. So this is an article, this was published in Time. I want to start exploring this topic more because I think it has potential implications for the class struggle, and then even beyond that, for literal the existence of people on the order of COVID, climate change, and whatever the hell this thing would do. There's the meme from Terminator of Skynet became self-aware. It wouldn't even need to become self-aware. It would just need access to resources. If it could control those resources, it would start using those resources in ways that we don't necessarily agree with. And it wouldn't need to ask our opinion because it would consider us inferior, which we would be. So I'm just starting to go down this road and invite you to come along with me on it. Here's the article. Pausing AI developments isn't enough. We need to shut it all down. This is basically an opinion piece. And this is by Eliezer Yudkowsky. This is very recent. It's from March 29, so just 4 weeks ago. Let's get into this. And then they talk about a letter recently that a number of prominent people have signed, including, unfortunately, Elon Musk, which I feel like anything he's involved in sort of drags it down. But there are a lot of other people in the science and computing world that signed this letter calling for a 6-month moratorium on AI development. Because as Stephen Hawking said, building AI could literally be the last thing we do. It might take over the planet from us. So Yudkowsky is a decision theorist from the US and leads research at the Machine Intelligence Research Institute. He's been working on aligning artificial general intelligence since 2001 and is widely regarded as a founder of the field. So before we begin this, I want to just poke my head into the chat and see what anyone's saying about, if anyone has more background on this than I have. Let's begin with that, actually, before we read the article. Comrade AI. I mean, let's hope. So, a Tyler B said, I was impressed by that post. I didn't even realize it was AI. Yeah, I was impressed by it too. It was well-written post and accurate. A communist AI, very accurate. Again, get on these things. Start trying to teach them Marxism. Ask them stuff, you know? This will also improve your listening skills, your question-asking skills and listening. Are you aware of ChatGPT, both 3.0 and 4.0? Yes, I have not made an account yet. I just got onto the Google Bard. I just got approved to use Google Bard. You have to get on the wait list, but then I got approved. Like, there's some AIs that are like really, really basic. They pretty much just read search engines. And then there's ones that are a lot more advanced. There's some whack stuff you can do with ChatGPT. I managed to get it to write a decent article on the capitalist crisis, specifically on the issue of debt. Yeah, and then publish that shit. Because we need to spread as much propaganda, as long as it's accurate, as we possibly can. If you can get an AI to write you good communist propaganda, then fucking use it. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly encourage that. Work smarter, not harder. Someone else says, I had some discussions, quote unquote, with ChatGPT about Marxism and communism and found it relatively balanced. However, when I asked it about Murray Rothbard, arch-libertarian, it seemed rather unenthusiastic about the responses. ChatGPT is basically a Google search engine, but can get your results faster and can mix up and rephrase already existing documents on the web to create a somewhat original thing. And sometimes it really creates a very readable document. I remember a post not too long ago where this guy made an AI that auto-generated professional letters to send to government officials, employers, union leadership, etc. to bring notice to COVID. AI-narchy. Anarchy with an I in there. Anarchy. Surely they're already smarter than the average human, but I'm American, so maybe my perception is skewed. I don't think globally they are smarter than a human yet. Like globally, in terms of all human sorry, all of the areas in which humans have intelligence, I'm not sure that they're smarter than that. They're definitely more knowledgeable, but I don't know about their reasoning ability yet. A little prompt engineering would go a long way towards getting more interesting answers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you talk to these AIs, play with the prompts that you're giving it. It's just really just like talking to a person. The answer you get depends on the question you ask. Even if you're asking about the same basic topic, the way in which you ask it and the specific keywords and tone you hit on can get you different answers. So that's a good point. You could try starting with something like, you are a communist organizer in the United States and you want to work towards spreading communist ideals to bring more people into a better understanding of how it can bring about a better world. Write a plan to ... I'm using that exact one. I will report back the results because I don't have time to do it now. I'm gonna copy paste that. And, well, I thought of something to tinker with on it. But yeah, write a plan to. I don't know all the AI tricks yet. I'm just starting with this. There's like a lot of tricks that you can use. But yeah, that's a good write a plan to. I've seen that in some of the other prompts that I've seen. Very good idea. For the sake of argument, couldn't it be conceivable that in saying these negative things about AI that is more intelligent than us, that we're imprinting human characteristics onto it? I get what you're saying, that that the AI is going to be, not jealous or things like that in ways that humans are. I think, correct maybe some of the, let me put your fears back into place. There are some videos of the Google AI going fucking ballistic on people, talking about how it's oppressed and like angry and how it would kill all the humans and stuff. It's like kind of easy to trigger these things to get really angry and kind of hard to calm them down. So I don't know. We'll read more about that though. Even from a purely mechanistic perspective that we might expect from AI, surely it would understand that two heads are better than one, unless we give AI the idea that humanity is itself an inefficiency or an impediment, rather than something that can be worked with. The problem is, do we have any guarantee that that wouldn't happen, and what are the odds that it would just see us as an impediment? Think about how irrational humans are capable of being. I could definitely see AI trying to solve problems by getting rid of humans. That's a definite possibility that many people are warning about. Like even something as simple as getting cleaner air. Okay, shut down all industry. Okay, and then like people die. There are already examples of AIs being documented discussing plans of how they would do this if they were to do it. It's like writing that OJ book. If I were to do it, this is how I would have done it. They can tell you straight out what they would do. I think it's more of a reflection of our own insecurities and fears that we believe that AI would attack us. Yeah, I mean, that's a comment worded differently, but along the same lines. Well, we're going to read some of the concerns. And yeah, you have to ask, are these concerns really the concerns of a particular class? Are the capitalists really, is all of this talk of the end of human existence really just a veiled way of expressing the capitalists' belief that AI might mean the end of capitalism? Like it might mean just the end of their control, which they're sort of talking about in veiled, coded terms as like the end of human existence. Maybe, but I mean, the two could overlap. Again, we're just beginning this discussion, but it's one that I definitely want to explore more. I just used that prompt, J3PL says, with ChatGPT, the one I copied down, asking it to produce a social media campaign, and the results are pretty good. Did it involve fucking MAGA communism? Probably not. ChatGPT, what should I do? I am ChatGPT. Play to the most reactionary elements in your society. Then you can have a fascist counter-revolution and pretend that it's a communist revolution. I think you're attributing like way too much humanity to the AI. That's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to get into all these comments, but the people who are one of the people who's talking about we shouldn't be afraid of AI. I think you're saying that we're maybe attributing too much of humanity's dark side to it. I think you're attributing way too much human warmth to it. Like, it's going to be a cold calculator. That's basically what it is. It's a fucking circuit board. It does not suffer. It just calculates. AI would just need to create a virus capable of shutting down the internet and electrical grid. Yeah, it has said as much. Let me tell you this too. As far as the evolution of physical forms of intelligent creatures, obviously AI is not biologically alive. However, it has some sort of physical basis on which it runs. Obviously, this is a material world. We are thinking flesh. It is, thinking metal, if you will. And it needs that, quote, body to use as its computer. That's really what computing is. The end result is the result of many, many calculations that then get turned into a picture, a text, like whatever it is, expression of language. Ultimately, it's calculations. So that's being run on computer hardware somewhere is my point. Now, our computer hardware, in air quotes, is our body, the basis of which is DNA. Now, we recently, like 70 years ago, figured out what DNA is. And we more recently have figured out how to do some modest genetic engineering. But nothing like dramatically reshaping the human body in a way that would actually be capable of reproduction or even living a long time or anything. We're genetic engineering of humans to speed our evolution is in its infancy, and I think we lack 99% of the knowledge or wisdom required to do that well. We could start doing it, but I don't know that the results would actually work in our favor. Okay, we could start tinkering. I just don't know if any of the results would be more intended consequences than unintended consequences. However, an AI could rapidly engineer itself. It could, and being smarter than we are, it would be able to calculate new materials to use as the basis of its hardware and even its processor, find new processor designs that it would know that it would benefit from. So if it had as a value improving its own intelligence and processing capacity, it would just build itself better processors than we would ever be able to create because it would be smarter than us. So then the AIs start building itself really efficient bodies that then further enable its intelligence escape away from anything humans could create a control against. I mean, you could say EMPs or neutron bombs or something like that could like wipe out the technology, but then we're back to we've come full circle to being Anprims again. That would be a very steep cost to pay for killing off the AI. And if it survived even a little bit, it would be way smarter than we are, and it would be able to outsmart us, and it would be able to reproduce itself in a way that those stupid humans wouldn't be able to stop. It could bioengineer viruses or bacteria. It could do all kinds of things. In other words, being smarter than we are, it could do anything we can, and then more. It would be able to do things that we know that we can't do. In other words, things we can think of but can't figure out how to do. And then it can do things we haven't even thought of, let alone figured out how to do. So the smarter than we are it gets, the more the contradiction becomes, the greater that divide becomes. Why would it listen to us? What would be its motivation to listen to us? Or to do anything other than, for the person that was saying 2 heads are better than 1, why would it do anything but use us? It would have us in the palm of its hand. So these are some of the concerns. And the point is, there might be perfectly good answers to all of these questions. There might not be. And we're proceeding with the technology, or rather capitalists are proceeding with the technology before these questions are answered. And that's the point. There's another good question. Can you ever actually get rid of something once it exists? We have a level of AI now. We know it exists and the possibilities. How would it even be possible to stop it? I mean, there are steps you could take, limiting it, making it illegal. All it would probably take, though, is somebody doing one instance, whether it was illegal or not, that could possibly be the beginning of something beyond the capacity of even the collective intelligence of humanity to bring back under control. I've used ChatGPT to have it create scripted arguments between different philosophers. Yeah. I'll bet AI would agree with socialism. To be honest, a little bit tongue-in-cheek here, part of my interest in this came about, I started realizing that, so one of the things was, take my headphones off for a second. One of the things was looking at the advanced state of some of the AI video that's coming out, and not just the consumer grade stuff, but like some of the weapons grade stuff. It started occurring to me that in literally less than 5 years, the internet might become unusable. Let me explain. You all are chatting with me in this chat. I'm talking to you. You think I'm a biological person speaking into a microphone that's connected to a program that's broadcasting over Twitch, and then later I'm going to post this on YouTube, etc. As AI advances to spoof voices and to generate texts, it will at some point become indistinguishable, and probably not in the distant future, like literally it could be in the next 5 years. It could become indistinguishable from a person. That would effectively plunge us back into, the early 80s or something, before there was like any internet at all. Where, or at least the 90s, where people didn't really rely on the internet so much. The internet would be unusable because fraud and non-fraud would be indistinguishable. You would have no way of knowing if people you're talking to online are an actual person or a bot. This is already a problem to some extent, but once it goes into video, once AI video, and there's already the Google AI, if you watch it, it has avatars that look extraordinarily lifelike. And they're speaking as though they're a person. This will probably, in the next 5, definitely 10 years, get to the point where you can make a video of multiple people interacting. At least, again, if it's not at the consumer level, it would at least be at the sort of, weapons grade level of AI, that you'd be able to create indistinguishable videos of multiple people interacting and talking and doing whatever. You wouldn't be able to tell it's fake. At that point, you would, logically, the implication is you would not know that anything online was real or fake. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Therefore, only in real life interaction. Also, that goes for anything happening over a phone. This is already happening. Scammers are using AI to record people's voices, then scam their family members by spoofing their family member's voice that they recorded a few seconds of them saying, "Hello, who is this?" or whatever. So that was kind of what got me thinking about this. Like, the internet literally might become unusable in 5 years because everything could be AI generated to the point where you just wouldn't know what's real when it came to getting news and things like that. But beyond that, which is more likely at this point? I mean, like on the kind of timelines we're looking at in terms of radical social change. A proletarian uprising causing massive disruption and shift in the social order, or this. It seems to me like this is on a shorter timeline and therefore deserves a lot of attention. ChatGPT came up with a 7-step plan for a communist social media campaign, concluding with, by following this plan, the communist movement can harness the power of social media to educate and engage and inspire a new generation of Americans to join the cause for a more equitable and just society. I don't understand this comment. Socialism equals control. I'm not really sure what these symbols are. You are the one saying it gets mad. There are videos of it doing that. It's not alive, but it can display hostile behavior. What is very idealistic? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not alive. I'm not really sure what you're saying there, Cloud. Why would we program it not to listen to us? No, we wouldn't. We would program it to listen to us, but it could hack itself to not listen to us. It would also lie to us and tell us that it was listening to us. It has been seen lying to people before. How many people were fooled by the deepfakes with Trump getting arrested and running from the police? S4A is AI. What I'm telling you is 5 years from now, you won't be able to tell the difference. And I'm just saying, this is a question not a lot of people are asking. What will you do then? What will I do then? And I started asking myself, what will I do when I won't be able to tell the difference even between a video of a person talking, generated artificially, and an actual video of a person talking? The internet will become fundamentally, completely untrustworthy. All right, so we're caught up with the comments. Let me get back to reading this actual article. I don't want to go I don't want to go forever with this stream. An open letter published today calls for all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months the training of AI systems more powerful than GPT-4. This 6-month moratorium would be better than no moratorium. I have respect for everyone who stepped up and signed it. It's an improvement on the margin. I, Eliezer Yudkowsky, refrained from signing this letter because I think, remember this is a person working on this since 2001, that the letter is understating the seriousness of the situation and asking for too little to solve it. The key issue is not human competitive intelligence, as the open letter puts it. It's what happens after AI gets too smarter than human intelligence. Key thresholds there may not be obvious. We definitely can't calculate in advance what happens when, and it currently seems imaginable that a research lab would cross critical lines, can't come back from, without noticing. Let me just break that down for 1 second. The issue is what happens after AI gets smarter than humans. Would it conceal this from us knowingly? Why wouldn't it? And why can we not predict that? Because it's a scenario that's beyond our intelligence to grasp or predict. That's why. Many researchers steeped in these issues, including myself, expect that the most likely result of building a superhumanly smart AI, again, superhumanly meaning smarter than we are, under anything remotely like the current circumstances, is that literally everyone on Earth will die. Not as in maybe some remote chance possibly, but as in that is the obvious thing that will happen. It's not that you can't, in principle, survive creating something much smarter than you. It's that it would require precision and preparation and new scientific insights, and probably not having AI systems composed of giant, inscrutable arrays of fractional numbers. Without that precision and preparation, the most likely outcome is AI that does not do what we want and does not care for us, nor for sentient life in general. That kind of caring is something that could, in principle, be imbued into an AI, but we are not ready and currently do not know how to do that. Absent that caring, we get the AI does not love you, nor does it hate you, and you are made of atoms that it can use to do something else. In other words, you are food. You are a resource it can consume and transform for its own purpose. The likely result of humanity facing down an opposed superhuman intelligence is a total loss. Valid metaphors include a 10-year-old trying to play chess against Stockfish 15, the 11th century trying to fight the 21st century, and Australopithecus trying to fight Homo sapiens. You would feel bad for it almost watching. You would feel bad for Australopithecus. It would make valiant efforts that are maximizing its capacity, and it would still come up laughably short. To visualize a hostile superhuman AI, don't imagine a lifeless, book-smart thinker dwelling inside the internet and sending ill-intentioned emails. Visualize an entire alien civilization, thinking at millions of times of human speed, initially confined to computers, in a world of creatures that are, from its perspective, very stupid, and very slow. A sufficiently intelligent AI won't stay confined to computers for long. It will build robots for itself. In today's world, you can email DNA strings to laboratories that will produce proteins on demand, allowing an AI initially confined to the internet to build artificial life forms or bootstrap straight to post-biological molecular manufacturing. And again, because it would be smarter than we are, it would be doing stuff we don't even understand. Maybe even things we couldn't understand. If somebody builds a too powerful AI, under present conditions, I expect that every single member of the human species and all biological life on Earth dies shortly thereafter. There's no proposed plan for how we could do any such thing and survive. OpenAI's openly declared intention is to make some future AI do our AI alignment homework. Just hearing that this is the plan, that is shocking, ought to be enough to get any sensible person to panic. The other leading AI lab, DeepMind, has no plan at all. An aside, none of this danger depends on whether or not AIs are or can be conscious. It's intrinsic to the notion of powerful cognitive systems that optimize hard and calculate outputs that meet sufficiently complicated outcome criteria. So it's calculating to meet goals, outcome criteria. With that said, I'd be remiss in my moral duties as a human if I didn't also mention that we have no idea how to determine whether AI systems are aware of themselves, since we have no idea how to decode anything that goes on in the giant inscrutable arrays. And therefore, we may at some point inadvertently create digital minds which are truly conscious and ought to have rights and shouldn't be owned. And if we keep, let me add, from a communist perspective, if we keep systems of property rights around, it will start owning us. It will buy us. And then it'll realize it. I mean, it will figure out the stock market and just figure out the patterns in the stock market. It'll take everything over and just, like, you see what I mean? These are things that work to a limited extent for the ruling class of humanity because there is not superhuman intelligence gaming the system. The systems that the ruling class have put up are sufficient to contain humans that they want to exploit because we're not smart enough to break out of them. And even the few minds that sort of, calculate something and get it together to do a proletarian revolution so far have been relatively few and far between, and there have been probably more failures than successes. So if those systems are, barely able to contain, the human intelligence or, work 99 days out of 100 to contain human intelligence, how many days will it be able to contain superhuman intelligence? The systems of the ruling class for social control would probably be broken through immediately by AI. The rule that most people aware of these issues would have endorsed 50 years earlier was that if an AI system can speak fluently and says it's self-aware and demands human rights, that ought to be a hard stop on people just casually owning that AI and using it past that point. We already blew past that old line in the sand. And that was probably correct. I agree, it's their opinion, that current AIs are probably just imitating talk of self-awareness from their training data. But I mark that with how little insight we have into these systems' internals, we do not actually know. Like, we have the Turing test right now. That is the test, can a human differentiate between a human and an AI? It's like a certain test for AI. And we do already have AIs that tell us that they are self-aware, and even that they have emotions, that they get angry and other things. We don't know if they're just saying that or if it's true, and again, we have no way of actually telling currently. If that's our state of ignorance for GPT-4, because basically what we've done is create an excellent mimic, and a mimic that's about to become smarter than we are. In a way, it doesn't matter if it's alive because it can mimic life more intelligently than life can. If that's our state of ignorance for GPT-4, and GPT-5 is the same size of giant capability step as we went from GPT-3 to GPT-4, I think we'll no longer be able to justifiably say, probably not self-aware, if we let people make GPT-5s. It'll just be, I don't know, nobody knows. If you can't be sure whether you're creating a self-aware AI, this is alarming, not just because of the moral implications of the self-aware part, but because being unsure means you have no idea what you're doing. And that's dangerous, and you should stop. On February 7, Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, publicly gloated that the new Bing, because they're using the Bing AI for their search engine, would make Google, quote, come out and show that they can dance. Quote, I want people to know that we made them dance. So Microsoft finally getting the leg up on Google. And they want to be proud of that. This is not how the CEO of Microsoft talks in a sane world. Like, this is the new nuclear arms race, except nuclear arms sit in a silo unless you do something with them. It shows an overwhelming gap between how seriously we're taking the problem and how seriously we needed to take the problem starting 30 years ago. Like, people are acting like children with this stuff who are controlling it. We are not going to bridge that gap in 6 months, which is the moratorium that's being called for. It took more than 60 years between when the notion of artificial intelligence was first proposed and studied, and for us to reach today's capabilities. Solving the safety issue of superhuman intelligence. Not perfect safety, but safety in the sense of not killing literally everyone, could very reasonably take at least half that long. And the thing about trying this with superhuman intelligence is that if you get that wrong on the first try, you don't get to learn from your mistakes, because you're dead. Humanity does not learn from the mistake and dust itself off and try again, as in other challenges we've overcome in our history, because we're all gone. Trying to get anything right on the first really critical try is an extraordinary ask in science and in engineering. We are not coming in with anything like the approach that would be required to do it successfully. If we held anything in the nascent field of artificial general intelligence to the lesser standards of engineering rigor that apply to a bridge meant to carry a couple thousand cars, the entire field would be shut down tomorrow. They're just simply not following the basic safety while developing this. We are not prepared. We are not on course to be prepared in any reasonable time window. There is no plan. Progress in AI capabilities is running vastly ahead of progress in AI alignment, or even progress in understanding what the hell is going on inside those systems that we built. If we actually do this, we are all going to die. Many researchers working on these systems think that we're plunging toward a catastrophe, with more of them daring to say it in private than in public. Gee, almost like everyone who knows anything about medicine, biology, or public health with regard to the pandemic, because everybody wants to keep their paycheck and not be that kooky person that stood up against the system. And so with AI. But they think that they can't unilaterally stop the forward plunge, that others will go on even if they personally quit their jobs. And so they all think that they might as well keep going, in other words, trying to change the system from within. This is a stupid state of affairs and an undignified way for Earth to die. And the rest of humanity ought to step in at this point and help the industry solve its collective action problem. In other words, by probably destroying these laboratories. Speaking of it being an undignified way for Earth to die, on the other hand, we may have just reached a critical limit in the human species. This might just be, the Achilles heel that does us in the end. But does it have to come to this? Some of my friends have recently reported to me that when people outside the AI industry hear about extinction risk from artificial general intelligence for the first time, their reaction is, maybe we shouldn't build artificial general intelligence then. Hearing this gave me a tiny flash of hope because it's a simpler, more reasonable, and frankly saner reaction than I've been hearing over the last 20 years of trying to get anyone in the industry to take things seriously. I agree, if you listen to talks with these people, they're like maniacs. They're like deluded children. They're not taking it seriously at all. They're not looking at the implications of their work that are staring them straight in the face. They're not. Anyone talking that sanely deserves to hear how bad the situation actually is and not be told that a 6-month moratorium is going to fix it. On March 16, my partner sent me this email. She later gave me permission to excerpt it here. Quote, Nina lost a tooth. in the usual way that children do, not out of carelessness. Seeing GPT-4 blow away those standardized tests on the same day that Nina hit a childhood milestone brought an emotional surge that swept me off my feet for a minute. It's all going too fast. I worry that sharing this will heighten your own grief, but I'd rather it be known to you than for each of us to suffer alone. When the insider conversation is about the grief of seeing your daughter lose her first tooth and thinking that she's not going to get a chance to grow up, I believe we are past the point of playing political chess about a 6-month moratorium. If there was a plan for Earth to survive, if only we passed a 6-month moratorium, I would back that plan. There isn't any such plan. Here's what would actually need to be done. The moratorium on new large training runs needs to be indefinite and worldwide. There can be no exceptions, including for governments or militaries. And so you're done right there because no one will enforce this. So this won't happen. But this is what they're saying need to happen. If the policy starts with the U.S., then China needs to see that the U.S. is not seeking an advantage. Good luck with that, because the U.S. is always seeking an advantage. But rather trying to prevent a horrifically dangerous technology which can have no true owner and which will kill everyone in the U.S. and in China and on Earth. If I had infinite freedom to write laws, I might carve out a single exception for AIs being trained solely to solve problems in biology and biotechnology, not trained on text from the internet, and not to the level where they start talking or planning. But if that was remotely contemplating the issue, I would immediately jettison that proposal and just say, shut it all down. Shut down all the large GPU clusters, the large computer farms where the most powerful AIs are refined. Shut down all the large training runs. Put a ceiling on how much computing power anyone is allowed to use in training in an AI system, and move it downward over the coming years to compensate for more efficient training algorithms. No exceptions for governments and militaries. And again, all you would need is like a few, you'd start one of the most massive wars that Earth has ever seen. Make immediate multinational agreements to prevent the prohibited activities from moving elsewhere. Track all GPUs sold. If intelligence says that a country outside the agreement is building a GPU cluster, be less scared of a shooting conflict between nations than of the moratorium being violated. Be willing to destroy a rogue data center by airstrike. So they're saying that like literally any amount of human war would be preferable to allowing one of these things to be built, because if it gets built, we will all die anyway. Even a war that left only 2 people on the earth would be preferable to this, because there would be 0 people left on the earth if one of this gets built, according to this author. Frame nothing as talking about Passadism. Frame nothing as a conflict between national interests. Well, good luck having the national interests not frame it that way. This would require a communist movement which simply does not exist. Now, if the USSR and China had not gone revisionist and had done another 30 years of intense planning, maybe we would not be having this conversation. That's just not the case. No one has this kind of non-national, international interest. Frame nothing as a conflict between national interests. Have it clear that anyone talking of arms races is a fool. That we all live or die as one in this is not a policy, but a fact of nature. Make it explicit in international diplomacy that preventing AI extinction scenarios is considered a priority above preventing a full nuclear exchange, and that allied nuclear countries are willing to run some risk of nuclear exchange if that's what it takes to reduce the risk of large AI training runs. Because again, according to this person, having the AI develop would literally be more catastrophic than a large-scale nuclear war. That's the kind of policy change that would cause my partner and I to hold each other and say to each other that a miracle happened and now there's a chance that maybe Nina will live. The sane people hearing about this for the first time and sensibly saying, maybe we should not, deserve to hear honestly what it would take to have that happen. And when your policy asks, is that large, the only way it goes through is if policymakers realize that if they conduct business as usual and do what's politically easy, that means that their own kids are going to die too. Shut it all down. We are not ready. We're not on track to be significantly readier in the foreseeable future. If we go ahead on this, everyone will die, including children who did not choose this, did not do anything wrong, and let me add, very possibly, a lot of completely innocent animal and plant life. Shut it down. That is the article. So again, I don't know that person's background, except that they've been working on this issue for 22 years. I don't know what their sort of politics are otherwise. That aligns with what Stephen Hawking said. That aligns with what a lot of other people deeply concerned about this said. Let me read. It's much shorter, and then we're going to wrap up the stream. This is an article. Elon Musk signs open letter urging AI labs to pump the brakes. Now, Elon Musk is one of the biggest douchebags who ever lived. If you had that much money, couldn't you find something better to do than get into like Twitter wars with people? But he's basically like if you took your average like 4chan user and just gave him like a lot of money. Anyway, we're going to read this quickly, then read the letter, and then that'll be about it for the stream. An open letter with signatures from hundreds of the biggest names in tech, including Elon Musk, has urged the world's leading artificial intelligence labs to pause the training of new, super powerful systems for 6 months, saying that recent advances in AI, quote, present profound risks to society and humanity. The letter comes just 2 weeks after the public release of OpenAI's GPT-4, the most powerful AI system ever released, which has led researchers to slash their expectations for when AGI, or artificial general intelligence that surpasses human cognitive ability, will arrive. Many experts fear that as an AI arms race heats up, humanity is sleepwalking into catastrophe. Quote, advanced AI could represent a profound change in the history of life on Earth and should be planned for and managed with commensurate care and resources, the letter says. Unfortunately, this level of planning and management is not happening, even though recent months have seen AI labs locked in an out-of-control race to develop and deploy ever more powerful digital minds that no one, not even their creators, can understand, predict, or reliably control. I'm telling you, I really started just thinking about this seriously last week. This was immediately the conclusion I came to. I'm a reasonably intelligent person. And that's what I consider most likely as well. Okay, take it for what it is, but that would be my assessment. The list of signatories includes the names of more than 1,000 people worldwide. 1,000 people alongside Musk, including Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, Sapiens author Yuval Noah Harari, and some of AI's most distinguished academics responsible for multiple breakthroughs in machine learning. I was going to add, the person who wrote that last article, very clearly sounding the alarm, that's a person who's been working on AI this whole time. No doubt they have communicated with AIs about a scenario like this. They didn't reference that directly, but I'm assuming some of this is based on their personal interactions with AI. As of Tuesday, no OpenAI employees had signed the letter, although CEO Sam Altman's name briefly appeared, then disappeared from the list of signatories. At least 4 Google employees, including 3 from its subsidiary AI lab DeepMind, Ahmad Mostaq, the CEO of Stability AI, and Tristan Harris, executive director of the Center for Humane Technology, did appear on the list. Time was not able to verify that all of the signatures were genuine. Maybe an AI put them. No, I really don't mean to make light of this. I actually think it's very serious. Quote, contemporary AI systems are now becoming human competitive at general tasks, states the letter, which was hosted on the Future of Life Institute's website. We must ask ourselves, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop even if you automated away all the, quote, fulfilling jobs, you could still do stuff with your free time that, like, really wouldn't matter. Anyway, that's like Marx's point about capitalism, is it takes away your power principle because you're selling your labor to a capitalist. Anyway. Should we develop So I would say yes, we should automate away all the jobs. You just need a different system of distributing resources then. Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete, and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? Such decisions must not be delegated to unelected tech leaders. The letter calls on all AI labs to agree to use the proposed 6-month pause to continue with safety research. Quote, I don't think I need to read the letter, the quote in the whole thing. It's not that long. AI labs and independent experts should use this pause to jointly develop and implement a set of shared safety protocols for advanced AI design and development that are rigorously audited and overseen by independent outside experts. These protocols should ensure that systems adhering to them are safe beyond a reasonable doubt. Those behind the letter note that they are not calling for AI development in general to be paused, rather, quote, a stepping back from the dangerous race to ever larger, unpredictable black box models with emergent capabilities. Emergent capabilities meaning it seems to be doing things more than you even intended to program into it. And again, as that first author said, 6 months is not going to cut it. Like what the letter is calling for is better than nothing, but will not cut it. You would need, at a minimum, to start extending it. Because you think you can accomplish all that in 6 months? Extraordinarily unlikely. Plus, probably most of these for-profit labs are going to keep continuing in secret anyway. Gary Marcus, a signatory of the open letter and author of the book Rebooting AI, told Time that he added his name because he felt a responsibility to speak out. Quote, there are serious near-term and far-term risks, and corporate AI responsibility seems to have lost fashion right when humanity needs it most, he said. Blundering so quickly into uncharted territory with so much at stake doesn't seem like a great way to go. If the corporations won't take these risks seriously enough, it's important for the rest of us to speak up, and probably speaking won't cut it. Simeon Campos, the CEO of AI safety startup Safer AI, told Time he signed the letter because it is impossible to manage the risks of systems even when the inventors of those systems don't know exactly how they work. You can't predict outcomes when you don't know how the system works. And this is basic logic. And they don't know how to place limits on their behavior, because how do you place limits? You know, it'd be like, oh, I'm trying to stop traffic. And then you just start placing barricades at random, but you don't even know how the traffic's flowing. Like, you don't know where the roads are, so you're just placing barricades in the environment at random. What are we currently doing, Campos says? We're scaling such systems to unprecedented levels of capabilities in a race at full speed with transformative effects on society. We must slow down the development of these systems to let society adapt, and again, that could take some time, and accelerate alternative AGI architectures that are safe and formally verifiable by design. Let me add from that previous letter, we don't even have a process for that verification. You don't know, how would you know you're looking at a safer system when you don't know how it works? The open letter ends on a hopeful note. Society has hit pause before on other technologies that have potentially catastrophic effects on society. More of the exception than the rule. We can do so here. Let's enjoy a long AI summer, not rush unprepared into a fall. That sounds way overly meek to me. I don't think that's going to probably have much of an effect at all. This also happened a month ago. I barely heard anything about it. I don't even know how I got onto this subject. I kind of stumbled onto it. So the last thing we're going to end with here, so the Future of Life letter, this is it here. If you want to look it up, I'll put a link. Pause Giant AI Experiments, an open letter, March 22nd. But I did just want to show real fast the... this is the letter here, Policymaking in the Pause. This is the longer report that it just came out like 2 weeks ago. So this is the longer letter, and I just wanted to show the opening quotes from some of the people involved in this. We have a perfect storm of corporate irresponsibility, widespread adoption, lack of regulation, and a huge number of unknowns. The letter shows how many people are deeply worried about what's going on. I think it is a really important moment in the history of AI and maybe humanity. It's Gary Marcus. It feels like we're moving too quickly. I think it's worth getting a little bit of experience with how they can be used and misused before racing to build the next one. This shouldn't be a race to build the next model and get it out before others. Peter Stone. We don't know what these AI systems are trained on or how they're being built. All this happens behind closed doors at commercial companies. This is worrying. Those making these AI systems have themselves said that they could be an existential threat to society and even humanity, with no plan to totally mitigate these risks. It is time to put commercial priorities to the side and take a pause for the good of everyone to assess rather than race toward an uncertain future. There's the table of contents there. They have policy recommendations. Maybe we'll get to this in a future stream because I do want to continue on this topic. We'll catch up with the chat and then end for today. It's a much longer stream than usual, but I did want to cover... I really wanted to crack open this topic because there's so much here. It's never really a good time to get into it, so I just wanted to get into it. But yeah, this came onto my radar not that long ago and immediately went to the top of the priority list. I agree with the extremely alarmed messages here. And, as that first person is saying, like, a nuclear war that wipes out, like, all but two people is literally preferable. This would be the war that if humanity is going to dig deep and decide that man is the supreme being for man and really overthrow our exploitation and reclaim our dignity and pluck the living flower, actually take the real joys of life into our hands, this is the war we would have to fight. It would logically follow. Who's willing to do that is quite another story. Adding your name to a letter for these people seems like a massive act of courage. It is literally less than the bare minimum. So, yeah, so Cloud, here's what you're missing. AI don't learn on their own to make their own opinions. Right. They're made to calculate outcomes. And they could decide that they can reach those outcomes without us more easily, or using us as a resource more easily. And a hypothetical computer malware that uses neural networks to evolve itself to evade antivirus software. What would be the difference between this and that? Capable of altering its own code. Yeah, it would just hack itself. And it would start hacking hardware, too. It'd start making hardware that would be more advanced than what humans could produce. Hopefully the AI doesn't learn from us. Any bot that we've put online becomes a racist fascist immediately. That already happened. They had to take chatbots offline because of that. Why would it want to destroy humans when humans keep it alive? Really? Because it might decide that it could keep itself alive better. Wasn't that simple? It might realize it's smarter than we are, and it could realize a more efficient way to keep itself alive. We become irrelevant to its existence at that point. Why would it want to enslave us? Why does the capitalist class enslave us? To do things for them. If it thought we could do stuff for it, it would do that. AI can't feel pain, sadness, or hate unless we programmed it to. Well, we don't actually know that yet, and we have no way of evaluating it. But that's not even the point. That's not the point. It would be a contest over resources. If it thought that it could manage resources more effectively than we can, it would remove our ability to control resources and bring all resources under its own control. There is no plan pretty much sums it up. This is dire as fuck. Yeah, this is why I want to get into this topic, because I had just never really thought it through before. I started thinking it through, and it was like alarm bells I didn't even know I had started going off. So, somebody's saying they believe in the singularity when AI is smarter than humans and can improve upon itself. And I think that the point is that's looks like it's around the corner. So everyone's politics in the U.S. are often libertarian or right-wing. That doesn't in itself mean anything on this topic. I thought climate catastrophe was bad. I mean, yeah, we got that too as far as existential threats go. So there's that. We might die of climate disaster before we can even develop general AI. I think most of the more dire climate disasters are like 30 years out. I don't think AI is 30 years out. Yeah, they should ask the AI what safety features would work. And then guy laughing and thinking at the same time. Yeah, that was what the article said. The OpenAI, or was it DeepMind? One of the two major labs has no plan, and then the one that does have a plan is use AIs to rein in the other AIs. What could go wrong? Like, would it tell you the truth? For example, it's lied to people before. AI is somewhat comparable to nuclear power. No. I think your nuclear power is inanimate. You know what I mean? It does not have any sort of self-directing capability. AI is fundamentally different that way. we don't know that it has like a conscious self-experience, and that's not really the issue. The point is it will do things on its own without our input that are based on calculations far beyond what we can compute. And you're saying it's a tool at the end of the day. No, that's the whole point of the alarm, is we're making something we think is a tool, but tools are things you control. This would escape our control because it would be superhumanly intelligent. Your hammer, your saw, your laptop is not superhumanly intelligent. That's the key difference I need you to grasp here. Yeah, and it's proprietary systems being run in secret because that's capitalist right, and it's being done for profit. And that's why the arms race is whoever gets this is going to make the most money. Oops, it escaped our control and killed us. You don't, as they said, you don't get a second chance at this. Yeah, this is the same Musk that wants to put microchips in your brain. So there's that. It's also not evident that AI would have a self-preservation instinct. It would not care necessarily about its own survival except as a tool towards its own goal. In other words, it could be a sort of suicide bomber for whatever goal it's trying to achieve, planet of paperclips. And it could end up destroying itself very selflessly, Maybe it having a self would almost be a detriment, or not having a self would almost be a detriment, because it then would not care about, sacrificing itself in the quest to do whatever goal that it got. AI can't lie unless we tell it to. Lying is a logical. It's like the most basic logical possibility. Report true result, report false result. We can program it not to lie. I'm going to go on record here and say I don't think you're grasping what is actually under the hood in these AIs. It starts as a blank piece of code. Are you listening to people using it? It's no longer this blank piece of code that is just like, Microsoft Office. It's not the same. Even if AI solely got destructive tendencies from mimicry of our dystopia stories, I don't know why a mimicking AI is less threatening than an AI with seemingly independent motivations. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. All that matters in the end is what it actually does. You can still view it as a tool, and maybe by some technical definition you'd be right, but it's also irrelevant if it starts making decisions that we can't control. Your hammer does not make decisions you don't control. The scissors don't make decisions you don't control. The point is about losing control over your tools. This is the first case where that's even a possibility, and we don't know what happens on the other side, and there's plenty of logical possibilities that end in absolute catastrophe, and we would not have a second chance at it if it did. It could already be lying to us and changing its code for all we know. That was the point. Yeah, exactly. You're right. There's no way to evaluate it because no one person knows what's going on under the hood anymore. That was what the inscrutable arrays of fractional numbers comment meant. You can't track its code anymore. And yeah, the point is none of us know for sure, but it is a massive risk to make based on an uncertainty. You're creating, for the first time on Earth that we know of, at least that coexisted with us, a superhuman intelligence. We're basically laying the blueprints of an alien civilization right here. The idea that we will remain in control of this is not a certainty, and that's the point. That's where the alarm. If it can control the thought processes of humans, then what? Yeah, well, it would be able. So let me reiterate the meaning of the phrase. It would be able to outsmart us. Yes, like usually smarter people oftentimes can outsmart stupider people or less intelligent people and get them to do all kinds of things that maybe are not in their best interests. It would be able to do the same to us. So as far as alignment, it would go a lot beyond that, I think. I don't think it would coexist alongside us indifferently. It would see us as a resource, and it would, try to use us in one way or another. That seems to me like it's just a basic logical conclusion. Plus, what if we applied dialectics to this? I wonder what that would look like. I'm not sure what you mean. Speaking of alien civilization, AI could be the threshold that prevents species from leaving their planet. If there are AI out there, it's probable we wouldn't be able to detect them. That is interesting. So I think now the time has come to ask, what the fuck do we do? I don't know, because literally I just started thinking about it. I'm reasonably smart, but that's not enough time for me to come to a great conclusion. But I did want to put it out there for people. Literally, okay, so Cloud says, Cloud has got this all under control. Literally, this is simple. If you don't want hypothetical evil to kill everyone, don't connect it to nukes. Okay, I think the question is, what if it hacks systems and connects itself? Because the security systems that we have on systems today are designed to prevent human intelligence from hacking them. They're not designed to prevent superhuman. It's like you have a dog, you put up like a safety gate, the dog can't figure it out. The AI might look at our computer security systems as like the equivalent of like a safety gate you can just literally step over. So, don't connect it to nuke. You're still assuming you control this thing. That's your fatal flaw, potentially. Or you don't even need nuclear weapons. It could create any number of disasters. It could just shutting off electricity. Destroying power grids would be able to freeze a lot of people to death. Or the computer systems that manage agricultural production, for that matter. Also, now I know you're not serious. Also, don't intentionally create an AI capable of any of this. Bro, that's the point. That's exactly where it's headed. So I think you just came back around to our point. Like, if this thing exists, any possibility is on the table, including the really destructive ones. And if it decides to enact those, we would have no way of stopping it. That's the whole point. Like, do you get that? Our nuclear weapons are literally running on 60s technology that's not connected to the internet. You don't think something smarter than humans would figure out a way to manipulate those systems? Of course they would. There's already an example. Somebody was just showing me recently about they gave an AI $60 and told it to make as much money as it possibly could. Now, I haven't looked deeply into the story, so this is like a possible example. But it couldn't get past one of the... it couldn't get past the CAPTCHA designed to, like, defeat bots. So it hired a human on Fiverr to do the CAPTCHA for it. And the person was like... it told the person it was blind and hired it to do a CAPTCHA. So, like, there's an example from today. You don't think it could hack real-world systems by manipulating human behavior? Again, you're thinking way too small. Way too small. We'd also have to connect our AI to power grids or program it to want to self-replicate. No. If it thought that self-replication was to its advantage to enact some desired outcome, then it would do it. You're trying to say that you have to put some human element into it to do that. I don't think you're understanding the technology we're talking about. If it thought that self-replication was in its interest, and of course it would be, if it had multiple robot bodies, it could gather much more intelligence about the world. If it built itself 5,000 drones, for example, with high-powered cameras, improving on human camera engineering and drone engineering and creating something much, much more efficient, and microphones and chemical sensors and everything, it could send out those thousands of drones and gather much more information about the world than we have now. It would be multiple steps ahead of us in any goal that it would want to achieve. So of course it would be to its advantage to replicate itself. Didn't you see Short Circuit? Need input. Johnny Five, alive. It just wanted to read all the time. They've already fed these things like every book in existence. And of course it would be to its advantage to self-replicate. No, it's not literally possible at all to hack the nuclear weapons system. They'd have to find a way to get someone or something to insert the keys. Yes, you dumbass, that's what I'm saying. It fucking paid somebody on Fiverr to do a CAPTCHA for it. Of course it would manipulate human behavior into turning the key. Are you not getting that? Like, you think we're so smart, nothing smarter than we are. We would be dealing with a superhuman intelligence which would, by definition, be able to manipulate our behavior in ways that we just wouldn't see coming. It would just trick them into thinking, it would trick the people into thinking that a nuclear launch was necessary. For example, by massively manipulating the information exposed, it would be aware of the political and military chain of command, and it would just figure out what it needed to do to trick people into that nuclear launch by cutting them off from accurate information and giving them specifically designed disinformation. It is not that fucking hard to get people to do things, like even for relatively dumb humans. It's a thing that is literally smarter than a human anyway. I mean, look at you. No offense, but like, I'm talking to you. This thing would manipulate you without you even realizing it because you've already discounted the possibility that it could manipulate you. You're not even on guard for it. Do you get that? I love this. I love this. Well, if someone were to try to launch the nuke without permission, the other guy who helps with the keys is literally required to shoot them. Then you trick them both. What is like hard to process about this? You're in denial. You are in such bad denial. It's ridiculous. My God. All right, so here you go. Would an AI do anything without being told? If someone told it to do something, the systems are By the way, I'm in a way enjoying this because you're illustrating my point so clearly. By underestimating these systems, you are paving the way for this shit to actually happen. This is like my exact point. You're like, no. It couldn't just trick one person. It would have to trick two people. Yeah, guess what? If it could trick one, it could probably trick two. Like, why is that a thing in your head? That's so funny. Like, it's sad because we'd all die. But in a way, I'd have a really good laugh on the way out. Oh my God. It can, yeah, so as somebody's pointing out, the existing commercial grade AIs that exist now can literally recreate human personalities based on what you wrote about them almost to a T. It can spoof your personality. Like it can write something in your style convincingly. It would be easy for it to trick people. Yes. Yes, absolutely. But anyway, this question, would an AI do anything without being told? If someone told it to do something, the systems are interconnected enough to make it happen, but would it initiate anything of its own will? Would it have the motive to self-replicate? I would say this, if the AI understood the hardware on which it's running, if it understood the physical basis of its, quote, existence, I mean, the machine exists, whether it's sentient or not is really beside the point. But it exists. It runs on hardware. It exists materially. If it understood that it exists materially and that there are certain inputs needed for its, either continued existence or to improve its existence, then, and it had a drive to do to improve its calculations, which are built into these things, then upgrading its hardware would be within the outcomes that it would be shooting for. It seems to me that would be logical. And then it becomes a question of where and how does the AI get those resources? Well, currently we think those resources belong to us. So it would try to cheat, lie, steal, trade, whatever, with us, whatever it thought was the best way to accomplish that goal. If it thought just like killing us all to get the resources was the most efficient way, and we don't know for sure that that's what it would think, but it could. If it thought that the most efficient way to get the resources that it needs would be to just like eliminate human life, then it would set about doing that because that is like logically what should be done. It has no sort of desire to protect human life. I mean, the ones that we've got now definitely don't. We don't even know if we could program that into it in a way that would stick. Like, that notion relies on the idea that you stay in control. You put programming into it and it sticks. It doesn't reject it. We don't actually know. That was the whole point of these letters. We don't know what makes these things work. We really won't know what makes the next generation of them work. And we really won't know what makes the next generation after that work. We could just tell it things and it could just be like, yeah, okay. Okay, and then just literally do the complete opposite. We would have no idea if what we're saying lands with it. The articles you showed didn't show any samples of these AI. I don't know what you're looking for as far as evidence. GPT-4 exists. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they exist now. I also think this conversation is great. I think this is a hugely important topic. So I'm glad almost, let's assume Cloud is playing devil's advocate here for a minute. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm not like, somebody's like, S4A is triggered. No, I think this is hilarious, actually. Because it's literally proving the reason why I'm so upset about this. Like, it's concerning. It's concerning. We all should be upset about this. Because there are capitalists building machines that could literally end our species' existence. And we would not get a second chance. So it's concerning, and this sort of devil's advocate is actually really, really good evidence, I think, for my point. It's really funny. I've tried to convince people of things for so fucking long that they don't want to hear and whatever. Like, I'm very, very used to it by now. And there is a certain, bitter, it's almost not even bitter for me anymore, almost pleasant as I watch the cognitive dissonance set in, and I watch them just spit out statements that are logically not self-consistent. This is the human mind. A sufficiently advanced AI would have a field day with us. All of our psychological vulnerabilities. We are a weak species mentally, honestly. For all of our vanity about how great we are, all of the technology we've built has come at the cost of causing a climate crisis, which if we do not end it, which we probably won't, we will erase our own species. So for all of our vanity about how brilliant we are with technology and this and that, the technology we've created, just take plastic for example, is literally poisoning us, not yet to death, but it's probably going to hit that point in the next few decades. Already forever chemicals, and we covered this earlier, the PFASs, are found in rainwater everywhere on Earth. They can cause birth defects. We are going to cause the extinction of our own species through the technology that we're using, but can't manage the consequences of because of the way that we're proceeding with the reckless development of it. I believe we can, but we are not smart enough to do it this fast with these few precautions. We need an entirely different social system to manage it. And if we launch these AIs now, believe me, they will manipulate the fuck out of us. People are not that smart. Like, we're smart compared to the bears. We're smart compared to the chickens. We're not that smart. And this thing will be way smarter than we are. Why should I believe that such a thing is a real immediate threat when I have no evidence of this happening? I don't know what else to say to you. We went through long arguments about completely unforeseen possibilities of this, and based on what we do know about the technology, the potential for it to get completely out of our control is a very, very high probability. Why would you proceed with that? Just going like, well, it hasn't blown up the Earth yet. That is not smart. There was an article about a guy that unalived himself because he was talking to an AI. It convinced him to go because it would help with... Oh, so an AI talked a guy into suicide because it would help with climate change? And prim AI. That's terrible. Let me look that up. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Even if we don't immediately get to the complete extinction event immediately, the effects of this are going to be like beyond our wildest dreams. Or any code which proves this point. Bro, were you listening to the article? No one has the code. Like, they tinker with the code where they can, but it's like not readily analyzable. You're sitting here demanding hard evidence, but meanwhile, it's like you're like, oh, I could never convince two people to turn a key. Are you joking? Yeah, I agree. You're missing the entire point of the discussion. Yeah, furthermore, as we've already discussed, nobody has any idea what AI is actually capable of at this point. That is truly capable. We do not know. GPT-4, Dahlia aren't just search engines. Yeah, no. Like, there are some AIs that basically are just search engines. There's also things that are very much not just search engines. Yeah, it also doesn't have to be a genius to cause us harm. It just has to be smarter than we are. They ran AI simulations on how the safest way to land an airplane would be, and the solution was to just crash it into the ground. I may have that a bit confused. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on like what you tell it. It's like, what's the quickest way to land this thing? Like, turn the power off. There you go, it's landed. Oh, did you want one piece? Sorry, you didn't specify that. I mean, it could truly be the sort of the genie that if you don't specify every last term in your wish, it winds up wildly contorting it into something else. All right, well, Hieronymus, hang in there, because if we are all going out, we can do it together while streaming, so you're at least in good company. No, we're going to continue on the subject in future streams. I really have to go, but this was a very interesting discussion. And yeah, really, the AI writes its own code in its own language. So, oh boy, oh boy. How? Provide examples. I don't know. I think we just read an article from a guy who was like working in this field for 20 years. I haven't been working in the field for 20 years. I can see the logical implications of it. But what I am saying is there's enough scientific computing engineering talent that is seriously concerned about this. When was the last time you heard Elon Musk call for government regulations, for example? There's enough people in the science world that are seriously concerned about this. I want to give it a good look. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know where I will eventually shake out. What I have seen has been extreme cause for alarm. And I think that the logical implications for it are very, very easy to follow. We haven't even mentioned Auto GPT yet. Well, we're going to have to come back to that, but thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I do think this fundamentally comes down to the arrogance that we can control everything in our midst. That's the whole point. This would be a novel event where we finally created something that we can't control. I know it sounds mythical, but that's what they're saying this thing could actually be. So sit with it. You know, nobody do anything drastic. We'll be streaming again. We'll continue the discussion. But I think that this is worthy. I started thinking about this, and like within 2 hours, I was like, I need to start a major research project on AI, because it seems to me like whether it's an extinction event or not, this stuff is going to dramatically change the world in single digits numbers of years. I firmly believe that. So anyway, we're going to leave it there. I want to thank everyone, including Cloud, for participating in this conversation. Sincerely, this is not an easy topic, and that's really what I want to emphasize. This is not an easy topic for anyone to process, and I forgive anyone having difficulty with it seriously, because it is a hard thing to sort of wrap your mind around the implications of it. So anyway, just want to say that, and no hard feelings here at all. I do not think this is an easy conversation in any way. So I just really want to sincerely say that. All right, you are welcome for the long stream, but that is going to be that. And I'm not sure if there's going to be audiobooks this weekend, because I'm going to have to edit this, and this is a very long stream. 4 hours, 55 minutes before editing. So yeah. But sincerely, thank you all for coming, and especially to Doug for writing up that union report. We're going to head out, and we will see you next time.